Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Oh, welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Welcome to day 3 of the second test between England and New Zealand at Trent Bridge. England, embracing their new positivity, will need to bat long and deep to get close to New Zealand's 553. They are 90 for 1 for the loss of the unfortunate Crawley. Ben Stokes, remember, put New Zealand in. Not a great decision. Only twice in Test history has a team put in scored more runs. But Stokes isn't the first skipper to have done it, and he won't be the last. Things didn't go at all well in the field for England. Catches went down. Joe Root dropped Mitchell and Blundell at a combined cost of 246 runs. Poor old Stuart Broad went for over 100 on the day that his pub burnt down. I'm Tony Bishop, and with me are the hardy perennial of Perth, Messy Jez.
Hello, Tony. Good to see you back.
Good to see my back. You should be seeing my front, unless I've got the camera completely screwed up. And the ever forthright Ian Forth. Hello, Forth.
I'll settle for that. Yeah, welcome everyone.
Delighted to have you both with us. Well, plenty of talking points. Where shall we start? Shall we start with that Ben Stokes decision? Hindsight, Captain Hindsight, as ever, would go, what a shocker it was. But thoughts on the psychology process, maybe, Forthy, you first.
Well, I think sometimes, I mentioned this before, a hyper positive mindset can kind of go full circle with a hyper-negative mindset, and both result in we'll have a bowl. In the sense that no, we don't fear anything. We're going to a new hyper-positive mindset will mean that we reckon we can run through them on the first day because there's a bit of green in the surface and we back our bowlers. But I think the heart ruled ahead there, and that it wasn't so much defending a very poor and fragile batting line. I think it was an attempt to really stick the chest out. It certainly backfired. It was a terrible decision. I think, Grubby and co, and I think everybody in the commentary box was saying this doesn't really make a great deal of sense. The only thing which made even less sense was that New Zealand theoretically at least agreed. In summary, I'm hoping it doesn't really matter, and this is going to peter out into a high-scoring draw, which might be a bit dull, but means that the decision at the toss didn't have a great deal of bearing on the result.
Well, the way England are playing, the way England are playing though, Ollie Pope went about his business as though England were chasing a target of 150 in 7 overs. He's still, his way to get himself out of his slough of form is to embrace the positivity and just look to make runs. And there's plenty of runs out there.
That's true, but did you not think he was batting like a number 5, 6, or even 7 rather than number? It's not what I'm accustomed to from a test match. He got a 50. Fair play to him. If that's his way of doing it, then one can't complain. But he was not batting like I expect test match number 3 to bat.
You're looking for a Jonathan Trott or a Clive Radley, aren't you? I know where you're coming from.
Is there anything wrong with a Jonathan Trott at number 3?
100% not. Absolutely not. But Messers, how different would it have been if England have held their catches? 246 Joe Root's 2 drops cost.
That's been my bugbear for the whole series. I think England's performance over the last 3 years needs to be looked at through the focus of how different it would have been had they caught their catches. And last year was a dreadful year for England, and it was largely because I know the batting was pretty ordinary, but they dropped so many catches that so many games could have ended differently. Lords was a great example of where catches were winning matches. Here they started dropping them. Now New Zealand's been dropping them. It's a real bugbear for me. I have a similar thing with Australian rules football. People getting into a position to kick a goal and missing. It's bloody outrageous. You can't afford to play the game that well and then fall down on a real fundamental.
Well, sport is a game played by people, and people make mistakes. But you're
I
right.
agree,
How different would it have been?
There's levels of it, and it's clearly been something that's been ignored for a long time.
I mean, of course, not every catch is going to be taken. We're a bit subpar. I wonder if, and this is a controversial point of view, and it's always more fun to hit our curmudgeonly button. But I do wonder, in the great scheme of things, whether last year when they played so many test matches under the COVID restrictions and so on, they were away from home for so long. I wonder if they just mentally funked. We all felt it during lockdown to greater or lesser degrees. I do wonder if we have underplayed the fact that they were playing. So they played 17 test matches during a COVID-restricted year. I think there is, to be honest with you,
didn't win any of them.
I'm prepared to allow some leeway. Yeah. Now, we're out of that now, and they must stand on their own 2 feet.
They must. Well, let's look to some positives, not for England but for New Zealand. Magnificent Mitchell and Blundell. What a superb performance by both. Mitchell particularly, 2nd consecutive 100. I'm a big fan, so I'm not going to talk about him. But Messers, just how good was he?
Well, I just think he shows you everything that discipline can bring. I think he played. I know he got dropped by Root on 3, but it wasn't a high-risk innings. It wasn't an innings where you thought he was likely to be out any minute. It was just really well put together, and I think it epitomises the New Zealand approach to cricket, making the best of the opportunities without having to go flashy. I was really pleased to see Blundell get a ton after falling just short of Lords.
He did, didn't he?
I think he deserved that as well.
Well, Mitchell
I was really impressed.
Well, Mitchell was closing in on his double ton, although it was a bit of a tired shot. And do you think, Forthy, the fact he was clearly tired towards the end of his innings, had an impact on the 2 catches he put down?
Yes, I do think that. I think that it's very hard for us who don't play Test cricket to under or overestimate, whichever one it is, the concentration levels to score 190 in Test. And then the idea of going back for the last... I mean, he must have just unplugged his batteries and just gone unplugged for the last half hour. He shouldn't really have been standing at first. It may be a shrewder, more experienced captain might have spotted that, but of course the converse argument might always be, well, he's on a high, he's going to catch everything that's going because he's in the form of his life. But I just think the concentration levels at first slip have to be colossally high in Test match cricket, and he probably did just switch off, to be fair.
Well, there's definitely an album in there, Daryl Mitchell Unplugged.
I'd buy that.
Well, I think I would. The acoustic version of back-to-back hundreds would be well worth listening to. Well, we're soon to be underway, so we'll chat a little bit about the pitch as things get underway. Let us start by jingling up the man who's on. What is he on? 50 something, isn't he? Not out. Am I right? 51. 51 not out is this chap.
We got a poke, take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope, take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
And he starts with it's actually Lees facing after all that wonderful build-up for Pope, and Lees, the left-hander, gets an inside edge from the first ball of the morning, which was bowled by the toothsome Tim Southey. Well bowled though. Tossed it up.
Very good. As we noticed in the last test, Lees is sort of imitating Alistair Cook in all ways, including the way he wears his helmet. You can barely see from underneath it.
Well, and the way he chews, I think. Even his chewing action.
Yeah.
Southey round the wicket. Yeah. Oh, and that was a smart leave from Lees. Southey has a little look down the track, jagged a little bit back. Lees raised his bat. Through it went to Blundell, and it was well judged, but it was effective.
That's how he got out in the first test, wasn't it?
Well, he did. Although there was more movement at Lord's.
Almost that exact ball.
Yeah, it was indeed. I'm looking for Alex Lees. We're going to jingle him up after this ball, in the anticipation that he survives it. I'm ready. I'm ready with his jingle. Beautiful aerial view of Trent Bridge with the Trent in the background. Wide again of off stump, driven sweetly through cover, and that is going to be the first boundary of the morning from Alex Lees. He was offered the width and he said thank you very much. Gorgeous.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Let's just sorry, Forthy, I'll let you enjoy that shot and then I'll play his jingle.
All I have to say about that, that'll do him the power of good to get that off the middle of the bat, second ball of the morning. Please do play the jingle.
I will. I might have to wait again because Southey once more is going to bowl the fourth ball of his over. Plenty of sun cream across his cheeks and nose, left tidily and comfortably by Lees. He's on 38, and here is Alex Lees.
Alex Lees learned magic. It's tragic. I'd like to believe it's not so.
He did learn magic, didn't he? Off his dad, I think. Or was it his granddad? I'm not sure. But that was... he did learn magic. That was the wonderful Jeff summoning up his pilot. Was it Pilot? I think it was Pilot, the band who sang Magic. This one short, outside of off stump.
It's magic.
If you think that somewhere in Melbourne a cat has just been run over, it's not. It's Forthy trying to remember the lyrics to a 1980s.
I'll tell you who else was very good at magic. The drummer for the Pixies, David Lovering. When he left the Pixies, he took up a career in magic.
Did he?
Wow. Yeah, he did. So there we are.
Not a lot
the
of people
things you learn on Guerrilla Cricket. I think we should have a new hashtag.
Well, let's wait for Southey, who's the only magic he wants is an outside edge. He doesn't get it because it's left again by Lees. It's the end of the first over. It's been a good one for England. They've moved on to 94. Pope is on 51, and we'll get to first social messages to say hello to people.
Well, Jay Grover is with us. Says, morning all. Hyper negative sounds wrong somehow. Roger Melly says, hello, good evening and bollocks. I gave the lads a pep talk this morning. They are well up for it, although it hasn't been defined. Farong says, greetings from Mirpur. Hope everyone is well. So third day about to commence. What are the expectations for play today? Lots of drop catches is my expectations. Mog says, you know what was positive? The USA versus Nepal tied ODI. They played in Texas earlier today. Also, hello.
Hello.
And
I didn't know.
Josie Oak says, let's face it, we're just waiting for the collapse to start, which is echoed by somebody on YouTube. Stephen Kelp. Tony Martinez says, England to collapse next session. There you go.
Well, we have two slips, a gully, a short point in place for Trent Bolt and his left armers, which are left initially by Ollie Pope. Through they go to Blundell. So we didn't jingle up Southey because we were just too busy focusing on the over, but let's jingle up Trent.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout? How does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Well, it may be, but he took the wicket to fall so far. Another edge for Crawley for not too many. His career one senses maybe in the balance in the short term. That's left by Pope, taken by Blundell. Half a step in the direction of first slip. There is no run. I'll tell you what struck me as well, possibly an indicator of just how potentially easy this pitch is. Not a single LBW or bowled amongst the England wickets. They were all caught.
Yeah. Very shrewd observation, if I may say so.
Oh,
fellow commentator.
Very kind of you. That will probably, but
beware shrewd bishops.
Well, there's always the add 2 wickets to the score. Now New Zealand are moving in a third slip, which is quite an interesting move. So we have Mitchell at first, I think. That's Latham, and then I wasn't sure who was there. That's guided out towards point. Having told me how shrewd I was, I'd completely forgotten the name of third slip. As the throw comes in, they take 2. Pope will move on to 50. Well, they must have taken 3. Wow, that was good running. 97 for 1.
I'll put my head on the block and say I don't think there'll be a collapse. I think this will. If they're going to collapse on this wicket, you might as well give up and go home. It's a flat deck. They really ought to. I think they will cash in.
What's that got to do with it? England is never discouraged from its intent of collapsing by an easy deck.
Scoreboard pressure. That. I mean, the one thing they did brilliantly at Lord's, admittedly they needed Root and Stokes needed a very huge dollop of luck, courtesy of poor old CDG. Let's wait while Bolt is in. This was tidily met by Lees, pushes it back towards Bolt. There's no run. So they were positive in chasing an achievable target to win. It's a different mindset when you've let the opposition get 550 odd, and probably the only thing you can do is escape with a draw. I think it's a fascinating new test for how the New England, new in the sense of mentality perhaps more than personnel, goes about it.
Yes,
we're not looking for a New England. We're just looking for another Joe.
That's nice.
That's true. Paraphrasing.
That was another musical reference.
Yeah, very, very good. It was guided to point by Lees. There is no run. Billy Bragg.
Indeed.
Billy Bragg wrote it.
Written by Billy Bragg, and the hit was by Kirsty McCall.
It was the late lamented, so sadly lost
Kirsty McCall. Very, very sad. Yes.
Wonderful.
Let me just.
I've got to say that I think, Forthy, you are.
Yes.
The eternal optimistic English supporter who believes that a good wicket means that England doesn't have any.
Well, I'll tell you what, Messi. I was proven right in the last test.
Bolt is in and it's swinging. So there's some movement in the air there, round past the left-handed Lees. Taken by Blundell though. 28 overs are complete. Bolt has finished his. He has the 1 wicket to fall of Crawley. It's 97 for 1 England. Messers.
I'm not saying it will happen. All I'm saying is that it doesn't guarantee it won't happen. Brian 001 says, good morning from my much recovered COVID sickbed. Right. Now I'm fighting the hangover resulting from trying to recover my sense of taste. That's our fault. We did encourage you. What will today bring for England? The first target is surely the follow-on mark. Anything after that's a bonus. Jay says, Ollie Pope must succeed because I like the Lonely Island and T-Pain. That is all. Mog says, are you saying Lees is a wizard? Does this staff have a knob on the end? Obscure reference?
Steady on. If you're talking about knobs on the end of things, we'll wake up the porn bot. Don't.
We will.
Let's
Yeah.
leave
We'll
him to
wrap
sleep. Southey is in. And that's left again by Pope. I never did jingle up Tim Southey, did I? So here he
Let's
is.
do that now.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Southey to tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Southey. And again, I'm just a man.
2 slips, a gully and a backward point are in place, as well as a man at not forward short leg, but short leg on the onside. That one swings away from the outside edge of Pope's bat by quite a long way and is left by His Eminence.
I'm just going to pose a question. When you said Stokes had a huge slice of luck, did he in the first test? If it hadn't have been a no ball and he bowled it 2 or 3 inches further back, would that 2 or 3 inches have meant he'd have middled it or missed it altogether?
No, I think that's a fair point. A no ball is a no ball, and therefore, let's just say it was New Zealand bad luck rather than Stokes good luck, because a no ball by default is a no ball. Therefore, there was no luck involved for Stokes. Left alone again by Pope, who's watchful indeed this morning. So it's a fair point.
Yes, but Tony, it would have been a different ball. It would have arrived at a different trajectory. It would have been half a foot further back, and Stokes would have played it presumably differently.
Well,
So how many catches did England drop? Just the one, because everything would have been different thereafter? I mean, it's a really interesting philosophical question.
No, well,
I still
think it
reckon
is
he was lucky as buggery.
He was. Well, I'm not sure how lucky that is, depending whether you're the
I don't think
the
that's-
deliverer or
not
the
sure.
recipient, I suppose.
I'm not sure that's lucky.
As we wait for Southey, and that one keeps a bit low. Away goes Blundell. Well, Forthy, you make 2 rather interesting points there, or there's
Thank
2
you.
aspects to your point. One is technical, and one is not. So the technical one is a no ball is a no ball, therefore effectively,
Yeah.
legal, if you will.
Yeah.
But the other one is about the impact it would have had on the ball.
Yes, which is the more interesting point.
Well, they're both. I think they're both combined. They're both equally probably reached their as far as they can go in terms of discussion. But they're both interesting. As this one is left
Overall, sorry. Keep going.
outside of off stump. Once again, it goes through to Blundell. There's 1 ball left of this Southey over. Sorry, I'll let you finish the.
Well, I'll just stick by the point that it would have been a different ball.
Yes,
it wouldn't have. So he would have hit it differently or not hit it differently.
Well, as you know, chief spokesperson for the National Institute of Pedants, it wouldn't be a different ball because a no ball, by definition, is a ball that doesn't exist.
Thank you, very good.
So there you go.
This is
Southey in, worked off his legs nicely by Pope, tickled away to that man at square leg who's been pushed a little further back.
Dear God.
Pope's face. It's the end of the over. England have moved on to 98 for 1. We've completed 29 overs. That's still a distant 455 behind. Messers.
How many parallel universes have we created already today? Tim Everington says, even gorillas. I'm wondering if Messi or Forthy or any other Australian gorillas having issues with Fox Cricket. Just keeps showing unable to present the scheduled programme, and Foxtel supporters but he's useless as a wet blanket. Well, I can say my feed's through KO and it's coming through fine.
Yeah, mine's fine too.
Yeah. Are you KO or Foxtel?
Foxtel.
Right, okay. Hombre Nueva, morning top draw gorillas. Another sunnyish day, another beer in hand, and another day with Gorilla Cricket
Bolt.
Radio. All is good.
Steered away to cover. There is no run. Good morning to Hombre Nuevo. I hope you had plenty of visitors in your studio. It's definitely down, marked large in my diary for Saturday because there is no cricket to cover. First ODI is done. The second one's not until the Sunday. That has the Saturday down for my trip to see both the sticker on the door of the studio and obviously the artwork contained within, and to meet you. So I'm looking forward to all of those things. Pope is going to face it, takes an edge, drops just short of second slip. Those 3 slips are quite tightly packed. Trent Bolt, if you can suck in a mouth that tiny to make it even smaller, that is precisely what he was
ends
doing.
up looking like an arsehole, let's face it.
Well, that's hard.
It was a moo of disapproval, MOUE, from Trent Ballard there.
Is that based on, that's in French, mouche? Is there some connection in those words, Forthy?
Maybe shall we give him the benefit of that and say he played with soft hands?
I think he did play it with soft hands, and it was sort of bounced well short. As this one he does reach for.
Yeah, he reached for that.
Completely suckered into that. Slightly fuller, moving away. Ollie Pope had a waggle as if he was fishing on a Sunday morning, not playing at Trent Bridge, but fishing in the Trent, and he's a very lucky boy still to be there. It was a loose drive, wasn't it, Forthy?
It was everything that a number 3 shouldn't do. You leave those all day long in the first half hour of a test match when you've got 550 to chase. Just leave it.
You do. Ben Stokes is... we have a look at him. This one's quicker, I think. A bit more bounce and left by Pope. Yeah, Ben Stokes is now dressed as though he's about to go and rob a post office. It seems to be the de rigueur England outfit for sitting with your feet up on the pavilion balcony, doesn't it? Some proud Nottingham. In fact, we're looking over to the City Ground behind that Radcliffe Road End stand.
Nottingham is the smallest city to have ever won the European Cup. And they did it twice.
That's a fantastic fact, pushed into the onside by Pope. There is no run. The fact I always remember about Nottingham from my student days, which weren't at Nottingham, but it had the highest ratio of females to males.
Yeah, we all knew that. They should have gone to Nottingham.
Yates's Wine Bar used to be the place to head for on football trips or trips to see friends there from my recollections of my younger times. Bolt left by Pope, taken. Actually, that swung again. There is some movement in the air, Forthy.
Yeah, a little bit. There's a little bit. Yeah, they've got to be. It will probably disappear by the end of the first half hour. So put away all those attacking shots and knuckle down. Over to you, Messi.
Jesse Oakes, as I said on Discord, if you put Bolt and Southey together, you basically get Anderson with a slightly worse bowling average, which is a reminder that if you are with us through Patreon, we have a great Discord channel. There's plenty of discussion going on there, reverend and otherwise. Speaking of reverend, our bot is with us, says clergy in sport inserting small furry animals. Click here. Martin Lawrence is with us. Hello, Martin. Welcome. Says hello. If Zach Crawley is replaced as an opener, do they go back to the famous Rory Burns? God help us.
Well, I have a proposal on that one, but I'm not sure it will happen. As Southey's in, left outside of the off stump by Lees. And I do see the point about the Alistair Cook. Funny enough, he doesn't look anything like him without his cap on, but without his helmet on. But put the helmet on, and the masticating jaw, and the sort of the peak somehow of the helmet.
I think there's a psychological factor at play. I think it's called accommodation or something like that. Well, I think Labuschagne didn't used to have all those Smith-like gestures, but as soon as he started Test match cricket, he thought
Southey around the wicket. That's not the best ball he'll bowl. That's wide, and Lees quite rightly decides that he'll have nothing to do with that. And,
remember when Steve McLaren went to the Netherlands and he was a manager there?
He was.
And he gave his first interview, and he tried to sound Dutch, which was very peculiar.
It's edged. Oh, it's yesterday's note. This is one of Mitchell's drops from yesterday.
Oh, gotcha!
Got me. To be honest, yeah, that was the drop of a tired man as we watch.
Very tired man, yes. I mean, that's so straightforward.
Southey round the wicket. We are live again, and this one doesn't get that much. Lees prods. There's a ring of 3 fielders on the offside. There's a point, a backward point, and some sort of deep. So they've got a sort of a catching ring of 3. They must feel that there is a weakness there to exploit, Forthy.
Yes. So, I'm sorry, just on a slightly different topic. I always thought Andy Caddy could watch an awful lot of Richard Hadley. He tried to bowl almost exactly like him, didn't he? And there's that Zampa, he tries to bowl exactly like Shane Warne as well. It's interesting. You can see why they do it.
Southey in, driven sweetly, driven excellently, and driven through extra cover by Alex Lees for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
well, through cover really, not extra cover, but it was an absolutely superb shot.
Beautiful shot. He's looking, funnily enough, in that brief cameo of 20 or so at Lords, he looked very good until he left one that knocked his off stump over.
Well, this has been his challenge, hasn't it? You know, he's looked good getting into the 20s and hasn't really gone on. He's started to go on today. He's on 42 as he pushes this towards mid-on. And there is.
But what I would say, he's got a different mindset in this series. Obviously, briefed by McCullum because he went too far into his shell and then couldn't get out of it. Rather like Mark Ramprakash did when he first came into Test cricket. I think his first 10 innings were between 20 and 30, but he never kicked on. But I think there's more hope for Alex Lees here. He's into 42, which is clearly he's out of his danger zone.
Well, Yorkshire.
That's a dangerous thing to say.
Became Yorkshire's youngest captain. We'll wait for Southey. Who gets this one to jag in. And Lees was it right in front of his stumps, but he got the bat down on it in time. 2016, when he became Yorkshire captain, Alex Lees, he was the youngest to hold the Yorkshire captaincy since Lord Hawke, would you believe?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was his uncle who taught him magic.
Right.
Not his dad, it was
So
his
Al
uncle.
Hotchkiss, who's joining us shortly, has an interesting question. He says, at some point, does the collapse beget the talk, or does the talk beget the collapse? Oh, deep.
Well, isn't
Jay
that
Grover
sort of
says,
self-fulfilling prophecies? If you could talk about something enough, it ultimately happens.
Jay says, while researching David Lovering's magic prowess, he seems jolly good. I noticed his Wikipedia picture makes him look like Norcroft. Well, that's unfortunate. Mog says, I suggest Messi and Forthy meet halfway, i.e. on the Nullarbor, and fight it out on the roadside. Well, that's not
3 slips go down, Bolt is in. It swings a little bit, but it swings late. And Ollie Pope is happy enough to leave it. And there is no run. 102 for 1. We're in the 32nd over, and it's being bowled by Trent Bolt.
Well, I would say about Trent Bolt's very small mouth, but it doesn't necessarily look as if he's being disapproving. And that's a really good trick to pull off if you've got a very small mouth. Most people with small mouths look inherently as if they're looking down their nose, if you to mix a metaphor.
Well, that's true.
But,
You'd think it would give him a sort of a more plummy voice, as it were.
Yes, that's right.
Aristocratic voice. As this one does swing again, but swings quite late, and Pope happy to leave. It's really rinse and repeat from the previous ball, taken just perhaps a shade higher above his shoulder by Blundell, but still no run.
Ron's been very mean to you both.
Yeah.
He says England have a better chance of winning this test than Coventry or Watford have of winning the Premier League next season.
Well, we're not in the Premier League, so you can't win something you're not in.
I didn't say they were going to win.
That's obviously
They're not
right.
going to win.
In comes Bolt. Oh, that one does swing. Nicely played. Pushed towards mid-on. Who's that with a floppy hat on? Forthy at mid-on. New Zealand's hard to tell with the floppy hat.
Yeah, I can't tell. I'll have another
Thing is,
look.
if it's
It
England,
looked like
if New Zealand are batting and there's a push to mid-on and someone's in a floppy hat, you know it's Stuart Broad.
Yeah, you know it's going to be. I thought it was Ajaz Patel, but he's not playing in the match.
Unless he's on as substitute.
Yeah.
I think it might be.
Yeah, it is. I think it is
you have a
Ajaz
point.
Patel.
So in that case, I wonder who is not on. Bolt.
That is beyond my capabilities.
In he comes,
to
left
work that out.
arm, worked nicely off his legs by Pope, past the square leg umpire Michael Goff. Will get him an easy single, played that very sweetly. 103 for 1 England, so they've got the first 100 on the board for the loss of just 1 wicket. 450 though behind still. Third highest ever total by a test team having been put in. You will of course be going, well, I wonder who the first 2 were. And if you give me 2
I can
seconds,
also reveal that's New Zealand's highest ever total in England of all time.
indeed it was. Bolt wide, leg stump this time, looking for that one that would swing back into the left-hander. It didn't, and went pretty much straight on, and taken by Blundell. I can tell you it was 1954 in Brisbane. 601 for 8 Australia made. Messers will remember that, possibly.
1954.
1954. It was a year after the coronation. I'll tell you.
I was alive.
Actually, they were both Australia.
Queen came to the throne. It's
they
true.
were both Australia. This one's worked off his legs, but pushed straight to square leg. by the left-handed Lees. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 1 for 22 for Bolt, 103 for 1 England, and I will go to you, Messrs, and let you know the second one at some point in the near future.
I was 3 at that time. Jay says, Crumb's fourth. He's in a fighting mood today. I'm shitting it. To quote Dennis Healy, it's like being savaged by a dead sheep.
That's very harsh.
And Farong actually feels your pain because he says he is the Bournemouth supporter, so he knows what it's like. Just Ideal says Pilot rode the Australian music charts for many weeks with the pedestrian January, Ian, which they rolled into the god-awful magic. With the exception of Queen, were the late 70s pop chart bereft of talent.
Southey's going to be in. And Pope steers to square leg. There is no run. 103 for 1 still.
There's plenty of talent around in the early 70s in the music charts. It was a very varied time.
He's saying late 70s.
I don't think it was late 70s. I haven't got it in front of me, but I reckon Pilot was about 73, 74.
Do you know what? I literally was about to say 73, 74. The other...
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question he's saying is, were the late 70s bereft of talent other than Queen?
Absolute bullshit. There's a brilliant time for music.
This was met by Pope.
There, we got him going at last.
Pushed him forward. So I will offer you a Steely Dan for a start.
Well, where do I start? Joy Division, the Four, the Claps, the Buzzcocks, the Damned. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. There's incredible time for music.
103 for 1. There's your answer.
And if you wonder about far enough in birth.
The feisty fourth has given you an ample demonstration of late 70s musical talent. Subjective, of course. Pope meets this very tidily and steers it away towards cover, and there is no run.
I'll tell you an interesting cricket for 1 second.
Yes.
An interesting thing. When I have a look at all these very high scores that New Zealand have scored in England, everything over 450 that they've scored, every time they've scored over 450, they've never actually won. They've drawn every one, and they've lost one of them every time they've scored over 400.
Well, that does suggest that they score on friendlier pitches, which may yet be the case in this one.
Yes.
As we wait for Southey, 2 slips, beautifully met by Pope. Now that is how a number 3 should play that delivery, Fourthie.
Yes,
everything was right about
this.
That.
This is far more like
Classy
it.
defense.
I hate to be an old, Colonel Blimp in the pavilion and sort of all that kind of stuff. But just see off the bloody first half hour, calm everything down, and then, start unfurling those beauteous cover drives around 5:30 this evening.
There you are. By the way, I'll tell you after this ball now, because I know everyone's on the edge of their seats. As this one is worked tidily past the square leg umpire by Pope for a single, the second highest score when having been put in was also Australia. That was at Headingley in 1989 when Australia made 601 for 7.
That was a grim old series for English supporters.
Well, wasn't it just? 104 for 1. 1 ball left of this Saudi over. He's wicketless. Bolt has the only wicket to fall. That, of course, of Zach Crawley. Wasn't really going for an expansive drive, was he, Crawley? He was going for a... Well, it was just a defensive twitch, and it was a good ball.
Yeah, to be fair, I think, sometimes when you're an opener, the ball's got your number. I wouldn't blame Crawley for that dismissal.
In comes Southey around the wicket. Lee stands tall, dabs it really to 2 slips, and almost it's either, you could argue it's a first slip, a second slip, and then you've got a 4th slip and a 5th slip. Not quite far enough round to be gully, so there's a gap there to take the ball to third man, but they clearly think a fat edge is potentially an option. 104 for 1, 33 overs complete. Messers.
I can relate to fat edges. Not that Jeff Thomas is a man of experience. He says, before Hope makes herself too comfortable, I'm reminding myself that we're still 250 short of saving the follow-on. Mog, man of taste, says, my Foxtel's also giving me the shits and not working, but really I'd rather listen to your dulcet tones.
Thanks, Mog.
Delightful.
And Mike Sylvie's got the same issue with Foxtel, so there you go, you're not alone, Tim. Jay says, Bolt's move creates a black hole.
And there is no run left by His Eminence. Or his grace? Is he a grace or an eminence? 40.
Let's say
defer to
eminence.
you.
What I will say, though, is that is the most fluorescent bat handle I've seen for a long time. I don't know whether it puts... Maybe that's what put Daryl Mitchell off from the far end when he...
It is bright. Sort of a lilac-y pink, would you say that was? It's certainly bright.
Yes.
It's probably bright, it's just pink. But a very
fluorescent
vibrant shade of pink. You're absolutely right. Bolt in. Oh, that nearly got an edge. And it again was just short. Mitchell took that one. Poor old Mitchell. 100 and whatever it was, 90 odd. And the thing you'll remember probably that would have kept him awake is not that. There's a legitimate edge just short of Mitchell, who is standing back. Latham looks frustrated. Mitchell looks frustrated. Well, the whole slip cordon looked frustrated.
You think he could have left that one?
I think he could have left that one. I think he was...
I'll say he could.
Lucky boy is Ollie Pope, but he drives that one very tidily. That's beaten the man at cover. It's being chased by Bracewell. He will haul it in, and it should get His Eminence 3 runs. Indeed it does, and it will move England on to 106 for 1. Pope, who's faced 100 balls, is on 59. The partnership of 100 is up.
Yeah, well done then.
Off 189 deliveries. Not as speedy as New Zealand set about their work, but different set of circumstances, of course.
Indeed. I mean, I can't remember how many 100 partnerships we had during the Ashes, but there weren't very many.
In comes Bolt, met by Pope, straight to square leg, no run.
Ollie Pope's now the third highest scorer in the entire match, of course.
He is. We're going to be due a change at the end of this over. I think, Forthy, you're staying on to guide us through the next half hour, and you'll be with Brian and Al, if I'm right.
Splendid.
I'm pleased to say that as a result of our complaints, Mog, Tim and Michael have all got their Foxtel back, although I'm sure they're using the mute button on it.
Beautiful drive away through cover by Pope. I think that's going to travel all the way to the boundary. Yes, it is. He reached for it perhaps a little bit, but it got the desired result, and the desired result as far as Pope and England were concerned was one of these. And I'm being unkind, he didn't reach for that, he just waited for it, moved the front foot forward and steered it away. It was a beautiful shot.
It is, yes.
110.
He does have a little technical issue, whereas he goes onto the front foot, he sort of puts his back foot back, which makes it hard to transfer
3 slips
the
ago,
weight
back
forward.
point. Nicely met by Pope, drops the bat on it. It's a very sharp single. They run it extremely well. In fact, there might be buzzers. Lee's turns, no. Discretion, the better part of valour, I definitely think, on that occasion. It means it's the end of that bolt over. 1 for 29 for him. Nelson's 111 for 1 England. Will it bring a wicket? We're going to leave you in the hands of Forthy to find out.
Ciao.
Yes, well, hello. Thank you very much for that, guiding us through the first half hour, Messrs and Tony, and we welcome along Al and Brian. How are you going, Al, first of all?
I am doing well for a Sunday. My bags are packed to go on the road for a couple of days with work, so yeah, doing this and then...
Anywhere exotic? A conference in Coventry, perhaps?
No. I go past Coventry, but sadly not.
You can't reveal because there'd be sort of legions of Guerrilla Cricket supporters coming up to you in an autograph book.
Literally not even the people I'm going to go and deliver training to care. We're
having a look at the ball. But in the meantime, while we're having a look at the ball to see whether it's fit to continue, I will say a hearty hello to Brian over in North America.
Good day, Ian. Good day, Al. Good day, everybody. Glad to be sitting here again. Unfortunately, I'm not glory hunting today because unlike last time where I came in where England needed, New Zealand rather, needed 8 runs to win when I came and did my only stint of it. My bags are not packed, but I'm Friday morning I'm heading to Minnesota for the weekend.
It's going to be well. I mean, it's freezing in the middle of winter there, but presumably quite pleasant this time of year.
I think it'll be okay. It won't be too bad. I'm going there for Aussie rules because it's like peak yell into a microphone season about Aussie rules.
Minneapolis, Brian?
Yes, I'm flying into Minneapolis. We're going. The tournament's in Blaine, which is a little bit north.
Imagine a world where there's north of Minneapolis. Dear me.
Oh, there's a lot north of Minneapolis. That's called Canada.
It's mostly Canada. Yeah.
And just a buttload of lakes. Let me see very quickly if I can catch us up a bit. I think I know where he was. Jay Grover saying, right, I'm going to go take a look at YouTube to see if Forthy has blood in his eyes. Some might suggest that the late 70s were devoid of talent even with Queen. No, he's wrong. Josie Oak saying, bet Forthy has a full set of Bay City Rollers albums. Jay Grover saying, oh Lord, the sheep's gone batshit. Warren saying, Ian Forth has broken his microphone defending late 70s music, how ironic. And we're back to play.
Yeah, indeed. In comes Southey for the start of the 35th over. Well pitched up on middle stump. And that's knocked down to mid-on. There's no run by Ollie Pope. Do you want to continue with there, Brian? Anything else to...
Yeah, Roger Melly saying, all this talk of Trent Bolt had me Googling him to see what he looked like. I see what you mean, actually. He looks a bit like Glenn Maxwell, except for the mouth.
Very good.
Is that a good description? He's like Maxwell, but without the mouth.
I wouldn't have thought so, no. I don't think Glenn Maxwell is your aspirational high point if you're a cricketer, really. He's quite exciting in one-day cricket. In comes Tim Southey again. Oh, that was a little dab attempt at a Joe Root-style late cut, but completely missed it by Ollie Pope. Goes straight through to Blundell. No run. Al, where do you stand on Ollie Pope's quite aggressive approach to batting at number 3 in Test cricket?
Something we picked up yesterday when we were watching him, and it's probably nothing new, but it all seems to be that the bat goes through quite late, and as such, it goes through with quite heavy. I think he'd play with softer hands and look to try and time the ball rather than. I think he tries to hit the ball too hard.
Southey in again, pitch well up, and it's flicked down quite pleasantly. Wouldn't want to have missed it. It was very much on the stumps, down to fine leg, where Trent Bolt, I imagine, does the fielding. They come through for one. Pope moves on to 65, which is pretty good. England 112 for one.
And Lee seems to have managed to get himself stuck again. He did in the late 20s go into the 30s. He kind of got into his own head like it was a psychological barrier he was trying to pass over, and now he's got into the 40s. It seems like he's got himself stuck again.
Yeah, it's very much quick cop, slow cop out there at the moment. There's Lees again rocking onto the back foot. He has somewhat gone into his shell. Is that a concern? Is he, though, the sort of opening batsman for whom it won't affect at all? As Alistair Cook, for example, to pick an obvious example, would have been quite capable of going into his shell for very long periods and then gradually emerging out.
It's the emerging out of it, I think. That as yet unproven, but young in his career. You just want to see a progression out of first or second gear, I think.
You do. In comes Southey again, round the wicket. Oh dear. I think maybe what we're seeing there with that airy waft, which he was nowhere near, is Lee's just getting a little bit uptight about the fact that he's got rather marooned on 42. So this is danger time for Lees. He should just know that there's 2 full days of batting ahead. It doesn't matter if he doesn't score for half an hour, but will he be able to do that?
And his natural deficiency of not moving his feet really apparent in that shot.
Yeah.
I was going to say, airy waft is usually what chased us out of the room after my grandfather farted.
Nice one, Brian. Southey in again round the wicket. That one was better pitched up, and nice forward defensive from Lees. That's the end of the over. England 112 for 1. What's happening on socials, Brian?
Everybody is exulting that their feed from Foxtel/KO came back. Rajesh Mohan, though, wants to know, can't England manufacture balls that work? And since we mentioned it on Twitter, I'm going to mention it too. Get your GPL guesses in. £1 for guess. If you're not terribly familiar with it, you guess how many runs will be scored during the day. And if you get that, you get some cold, hard, I would say greenbacks, but, you know.
Moolah.
It's pounds, so whatever the...
Spondoolies.
Spuds. Quid, etc. And we'll check in with YouTube the next time we come back. I want to plug, by the way, that the USA and Nepal tied in an ODI match yesterday, as they're both trying to qualify for the qualifiers of the World Cup.
Gee, what were the relative scores? Do you know?
274.
Wow, that's a pretty good tie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Matt Henry over the wickets into Ollie Pope. Just comes back a touch, and he does well just to play it down to mid wickets. Rehearses the shot again.
Tony, if this is a change in bowling, do you want to jingle Matt Henry?
Oh yeah, sorry, do that. Quite right. Thanks, Al.
You can never trust a man with two first names, Matt Henry.
Matt Henry started his Test career in bowling quite slowly, but he's gradually been improving. That ball goes straight through to the keeper, left by Pope. He's got a Test average so far of 38, but he also has a best of 7 for 23, so he's obviously capable, very capable bowler. He'll be wanting to make an impression.
I think it somehow starts to become about Henry fits nicely within the collective, and as such, the other bowlers around him make him better.
Yeah. He's in again, and off the back foot, played quite nicely defensively. Good technique from Pope there. Out to point, no run. Pope remains on 65. How are you seeing? Yes. Do you see any technical problems with Pope, Al? I thought maybe his back foot went back, playing a forward shot, which meant he had the transfer between. He found it hard to do the transfer thing. Come back to that in a moment. Henry in again, another defensive shot. This is good stuff from Pope, good stuff from Henry.
If the back foot goes back first, then it'll never be a problem because you're transferring your through onto the front foot. But if you're pushing forward first, then all you're going to end up it's like if you're always leaning back kicking a football, it's just going to go
over the bar, yeah.
Over the bar.
Well, we can't complain about the fact that we've got a number 3 for England on 65. In comes Henry again, another defensive shot. This is, in some ways, will quite suit both teams. It'll get Pope into a calmer frame of mind, and it'll staunch a little flow of runs. Whether it does much for Lees at the other end is interesting, because he's been able to go into his shell, knowing that Pope was being more aggressive at the other end. Last ball of the over. In comes Henry again. And that one is flicked very pleasantly indeed through the square leg area for 4 of these. Imagine a 4 jingle. I'm imagining it. But,
I got it.
What a jingle it was. What a jingle it was.
Each Nissan Chi. Each Nissan Chi.
Over to you for the socials, Brian.
Okay, let's see. Jay Grover saying everyone is scared to go to Twitter because Forthy is obviously trying to start some shit. Over on YouTube. Let's see. I don't know where we've left off with that, but we are aware that it does say day 2 and not day 3. Hi, England to collapse in next session, says Tony Martinez. Jeff G. Thomas says, good morning, Gorillas. Before Hope makes himself too comfortable, am I right in thinking that we need 250 more to avoid the follow-on?
And I think that was the first ball of following over. Yes, as I was just glancing down at my screen there, bowled by Southey, but left well alone by Lees. The GPL is apparently standing at £75 currently. I'm not very fluent in pushing the GPL. I don't know if perhaps, Al, you might want to pick that up.
Certainly. Would you like some money, ladies and gentlemen?
We all do.
Who wouldn't like money? All that you need to do, as we wait for the next ball.
Southey round the wicket this time. Tries a bouncer. Easily ducked under by Lees. Back to you, Al.
Go to GorillaCricket.com, follow the links for the GPL. All you need to do, you pay £1 English to correctly to try and predict how many runs will be scored each day. Now, both days so far in this test match, we've had over 300 runs. Is maybe an indicator of where we might be looking for day 3. If you correctly predict to the correct run how many runs there are in the day, you scoop the lot.
Southey in again round the wicket. Lee stabs down on that and finally gets off 42, which is quite nice. Just dabs it down to the man at deep point and moves off 42 and onto 43. Yes, Al.
There have been some people who have emerged with tactics. There are people who block out, amounts of, ranges of figures. Messi Jez, Gorilla Cricket's own Messi Jez, he likes numbers that end in 3. But yeah, all you need to do, give yourself a go. You can't win the lottery if it is that you don't buy a ticket. So the lottery will be closing soon. The GPL, the game of skill that it is, will be closing. I think just before lunchtime. I think.
Southey, thank you for that, Al. Southey around the wicket again and again. This time it's Pope who just knocks it down to the man at deep point. They take a single, just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Pope moves on to 69. England 118 for 1.
Those of you who are fans of The Office, the old quote, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott.
Absolutely.
I never really got into the US version of The Office.
Oh,
it seemed like a very different beast.
If you can get past season 1,
yes,
then you're on to a winner. It's amazing.
First season was not good. The 9th season wasn't that great either, except for the very end. But
the 9th, family either. Southey in again over the wicket. 9. Southey over the wicket, dabbed down off his legs by Pope. He moves into the silky 70s. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe that was Lee's.
It was Lee's.
No, it was Pope. He moves on to 70. England trailing by 435, lest we forget. A long, long road ahead of them. But they are at least making a very good start of this. They're 118 for 1.
No, that was a sharply taken 2 there by Lees. And ever slowly but surely, I think he's going to... If he can get himself to 50, I think there'll be a huge degree of relief from not just Lees himself.
There will indeed. Southey round the wicket again. That one through the vacant third slip area. Down for 4 of these.
He hit it where it wasn't, where they ain't. So I suppose success, but
yeah, it's like there's only such one type of leave. Good leave, isn't there?
Can somebody explain to me the reference behind that jingle?
That's the music from the Third Man.
Oh, got it.
And it's gone through the vacant Third Man area.
Yes, I got it now.
In comes Henry for sorry, have we started another over?
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we have. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Henry in for the start of the 38th over. That's played nicely down to mid-on. Third man. Do you think that there's so many runs go through third man, and yet captains resolutely refuse to ever put one in for whatever reason? Do you think there's ever a case for putting a third man in Test cricket? Meanwhile, let's have while we think about that one. That one's just nudged off his hips by Pope of Henry. He moves on to 71.
I think the problem might be that it's probably considered a very defensive field setting. It's a run preventing measure rather than a wicket taking measure.
I know, but sometimes you have a look at the percentage of where shots, where runs have been scored in innings. You think you could have dried all those up?
Third man, better film than Citizen Kane? Yes or no?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not a big fan of Citizen Kane, actually.
No.
Henry in again, and that's. I'm seeing a little replay. Am I?
You are. I've not seen either movie.
Brian!
And as Brian leaves the stage, that's your homework before the third test, Brian.
Henry in again for the third ball of the over the wicket to Lees. Plays a very pleasant offensive shot out into the covers, no run. Citizen Kane is very innovative and very influential, but I didn't particularly enjoy it. Third Man I thought was a really good film.
Yeah, kind of rolls along, doesn't it?
Oh, a big thumbs up from Tony. So
Two thumbs up.
Two thumbs up.
2 thumbs up. He's Siskel and Ebert. Which is funny because they're both dead. Anyway.
Henry in again. This one slightly more on leg stump, so flicked away to mid-wicket. No run again. Lees is on 49, and although, what's in a run, he'll still be a little nervous, I think, in there at 49. A 50 would mean quite a lot to him in this early stage of his career.
Yeah, and it's just one more box ticked off, really.
Indeed. Henry in again. Can he make it this time? It's on the legs. No, pitched outside legs, so no hope of an LBW. But even the suggestion of an appeal, no run.
He's quite skiddy, Henry, isn't he?
Yes, that's a good description of him. I'm to think who he reminds me of. I can't quite place it. As we have a look around the knowledgeable Trent Bridge crowd. Crowds are generally described as knowledgeable. Whether they are or not is another matter, I think. In for the last ball of the over. That's a ball at middle stump. The stump bowler Henry defended by Lees. That's the end of the over. He remains on 49. England 125 for 1. Brian.
Jake Rover says, play the GPL or Forthy will be around to have words. Yeah.
You are the enforcer this morning, aren't you, Forthy?
Well, it's just whoever said. Sorry, I can't quite play who it was. Who said there wasn't any great music in the late 70s. Just set me off. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, to be honest, Forthy, let's call it what it is. You're not going to go round. You're going to get somebody else to go round.
That is correct. Sorry, Prime, interrupted you.
I would tend to think that if anybody would have words from this crew, it would be Tony. Because he's good at having words.
Best.
Or actually, it would be Bear. But I would also think if you really want to annoy somebody, you would send Gary. We have a new bowler who I think Tony is about to jingle up. He is searching frantically. Go ahead.
Yeah, almost there and there.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson.
Well, his first, Carl Jameson's first ball is a rank leg side half volley, but Pope doesn't take full advantage of it. In fact, he comes off his legs, since that's one leg by. Gets Lees back on strike. Further opportunity for him to get his maiden half century. Carl Jameson towering over all he surveys.
Do you subscribe to this idea of like that Jameson? I mean, the talk about Jameson bowling a heavy ball, that somehow it feels different and maybe quicker than the speed it actually flies through the air.
I don't know what a heavy ball is. I mean, I know what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
How would you describe a heavy ball?
Well, Jameson looks like he can. It looks like he's slightly quicker than the speed he bowls at. Really, that's
see what you mean. Yeah. That one's well pitched up from Jameson, and just flicked away by Lees. Back to the bowler, no run. I was listening to an interview with Gabby Logan, and she's got a 15-year-old boy, who's already 6'7". God knows how tall he's going to end up. Imagine having one of those. He says he has 6. She says he has 6 meals a day. But Carl Jameson must have been about 6'7" when he was 15 as well.
My daughter's going to be like that.
Really? Well, I'll come back to that in a moment. Jameson round the wickets to Lees, who flicks it off his legs very, very pleasantly. That's going to go probably all the way to 4. Touch and go. It does. So 4 runs and 50 altogether for Lees.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
And everyone very appreciative. His maiden test 50, his 5th match.
Just cause you got to 50, don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get
get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
And with the pressure off to the next ball, Lees unleashes a beautiful shot through the covers. Doesn't quite go all the way, didn't quite completely time it. Picks up another couple, so he's sprinted through to 55. That will be a great weight off his shoulders, would you say, Al?
Certainly would do. It's good to see that he, the barometer of his temperament didn't really move too much. Just a little nod back to the pavilion. But you can see maybe just how important it is to the team by the reaction of his teammates.
Yeah, they were all out there. That's good to see. That one's left well alone from Jameson to Lees. Very quickly, Brian, how tall is your daughter?
She is 3 feet tall and she is 2 years old.
I'm just trying to compute. That sounds...
I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. I'll do inches to centimeter. I'll tell you, she's only 11 kilograms though, so she is what Lucy Van Pelt from the Peanuts gang used to say is thin as a promise.
Maybe a prospective pole vaulter.
Probably.
Jameson in again, flicks nicely through mid-wicket through for a very slightly risky. There's a single. There's a shy at the stumps, but I think he would have been safely home nonetheless.
She's 91 centimeters for those of you who use the Queen's measurements. Let's get caught up really quickly here since I've been gabbing. Mog saying the one thing I enjoyed about that U.S. Nepal game was the incredibly rotund security guard in body armor and a pistol ushering off an overenthusiastic Nepali fan who'd run on the ground. It was in Texas. I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah.
Nestler saying neither the Third Man or Citizen Kane are as good as Alien. Jay Grover saying they're both good, please don't fight. Matt Searle with some fighting words. The Third Man is a better film than Citizen Kane in so many, many ways. Mog said there are only 2 movies made before 1965 worth watching, and it's neither of those mentioned.
We'll have to try and guess which they are. Henry in again.
Yeah, give us some. Give us
defended by Lees. I don't know. It said 2 before 1965.
Before 1965.
Well, I'll go for 12 Angry Men and Casablanca. Let's see.
Yeah, well, Casablanca does leap to mind.
Stalag 17.
It happened one night.
Okay, so the guesses are piling in. Was it Mog who made that comment, Brad?
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I'm sure he'll text back to tell us which they are. Henry in again. And there's a little bit of an appeal, but there seem to be bat and pads. Blundell saying no, let's not review that one.
I need to read this one. Josie Oak saying, are you allowed to talk about films without Gary Naylor being present to tell you what your opinion should be on particular films?
My sister does that all the time. Yeah, my sister is like, when I want your opinion, I will tell you
I will
what
give
it
it
is.
to you.
Big inside edge, that's why that wasn't could not possibly have been LBW. Tried to bounce and it got up chest high. It was a pretty good bouncer actually, which was well avoided by Lees, but a little bit too much for Blundell. It just kept rising and rising, and a bye results. So England moved to 134 for 1.
We don't have a bye jingle, but I'm going to give you one. Bye, bye, bye. Anyway.
Bye, bye, baby, baby, bye, bye. Now, we talked about the Bay City Rollers, so I thought I'd come up with that.
Oh,
some I thought you were about to go into full show tune there for a second, Brian.
Yeah.
Henry in again. 4th ball of the over. Ken digs it in a little deeper. That one really didn't get up, and that's flicked very nicely by Pope, looking very elegant. Now he's really getting into his mojo going, and he gets a single there. He moves on to 72. Yes indeed. Gary, obviously great film and theatre buff. Haven't heard from Gary for a little while, but
I think he's been at the ground, I think.
Has he? Right.
He certainly was at Lord's.
Still be rejoicing at Everton's survival. Okay, that's very nicely flicked indeed by Lees down to the fine leg boundary, and if we can get Tony's in consultation with his bookmaker, but so we'll have to imagine the forging again.
1, 2, 3, 4, come on baby, say you love me. Anyway,
I think you're doing a great job, Brian. Just have
Brian,
you. We don't need the jingles.
No, you don't need Tony.
Just put 50p into Brian and he'll give you any song you want. Every Egger Bird, ladies and gentlemen. Every Egger Bird. If you've got any requests for what you want Brian to sing.
Last ball of the over, and that's defended back down the track. No run. Lees remains on 60, Pope on 72, England 139 for 1 at the end of the over. Over to you, Brian. I think we've got one more over in us.
Yeah, I just did Gloria Stefan there, so that should be a jingle, but it isn't. Jay Grover saying, even in the depths of my drug-addled criminality, I would never have been so sadistic to send Gary around to have words. Jay also saying, I'm 3 feet tall and 44 years old. Matt Searle saying Battleship Potemkin and Metropolis for his guesses. Leia saying, to put the kibosh on the discussion about the best movies of all time, it's The Seven Samurai, and if you disagree, you are wrong. Nestler's also saying Seven Samurai. Mog saying, why the fuck would you think I'd like Casablanca, Zulu, and the Forbidden Planet? Everything else is a practice run by amateurs. And Warren guessing Reefer Madness.
Oh yes, well, I mean,
I might have eventually, after a lot of drinking, got to Forbidden Planet, but not Zulu. You could have given me 1,000 guesses and not Zulu. But actually, you could have given me thousands and thousands of guesses and I wouldn't have got Zulu.
I thought maybe it was more of a Plan 9 from Outer Space guy. Jameson in again. This one's too wide for Pope to have anything to do with, and lets it sail through to Blundell.
But by the way, since I have the two of you here and we're talking about the cricket, the U.S. is playing Oman in this League 2 thing where the top 3 go to the World Cup qualifier for next year. The U.S., the last time they played Oman was Wednesday, and they the first 2 centuries by American batsmen on American soil, and they won by 114 runs.
Beautifully clipped by Pope. So beautifully clipped to go straight in some ways to the man at long leg. If he'd have slightly misjudged it, could have gone either side of him. That's another run to him. 73.
Brian, that's their big milestones.
They are, and they had one yesterday in the match. And I'd have to look to see who it was, but I mean, they're playing just well enough to miss out on the top 3, I think.
Yeah, Oman's no joke. I mean, they've been involved in T20 World Cups and stuff. So
yeah.
Jameson round the wicket, bumped it in short, but not to be tempted. Lees, who remains on 60, no run.
The top 3 in that is Oman, Scotland, and UAE, and unless one of Oman's already assured, I think, of the top 3. I think as long as Scotland or the UAE don't collapse and lose all their matches, I think that's going to be your top 3. But the U.S. is only 5 points back with, I think it's 14 games left to play. I mean, I don't see them catching them.
Jameson in again, and that one's a little tighter, and Lees plays really quite a nice shot, which goes down to the, what's the word? Well, the third man area, let's put it that way.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
It's kind of improvised quite well there, because it's kind of tailed in towards the handle of the bat there, and he's just managed to chop it down.
Yeah, well done. The UAE and Oman, is it mostly expats we're looking at there? I imagine
I don't know. I would say that probably.
Jameson in again. And that's well pitched up, and that's well struck. A very nice looking on drive by Lees, who's looking in very good form actually. Put a little hex on him. Very good timing. He moves on to 66, or Route 66. And the score ticks along at 3.5 runs and over so far. Been an excellent first half for England, 146 for 1.
Certainly has been. Certainly seems like it's, for all you potential GPL entries, that the total may well be above 300 again.
I mean, in the old days, we'd say it's got draw written all over it. You just can't trust England. Oh, that's a beautiful the square drive from Lees, but he only picks up a single because there's a sweeper on the fence. Actually, it was Lees, wasn't it? Yeah. And that's the end of the first hour. There'll be a change in the commentary box at the end of the 41st over. England have moved on to 147 for 1. Lee's on 67, and I just misspoke. It was probably about 73, maybe a little more.
I think so, yeah.
Let me
Thanks.
catch up, and then I'll give way. Mog saying Brian has put me out of the jingling job in less than half an hour. Paul saying, Grubby saying, Fourthy, I did a leg by baby leg by jingle a couple years ago, the Bear Bandit. Warren saying Ian and Brian new jinglers. Jay saying Gorilla Barbershop would be mint. Loath as I am to admit that not Fred has a jolly good voice, I request Brian's count impression, which I've done, and I'll step aside to let Messi, who is very good at this sort of thing, take over.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Forty. I'm going to be joined by people far better than I, so I want to say welcome back to Jez.
Oh, I don't qualify under that criterion at all, Al, but Kat does.
Certainly do, and also for the first time this morning, good morning to Kat, or good evening to Kat.
Brian,
Hey there, Alan. Hi there. Hi, Messi.
I'm still coping with the fact that Mog thinks that Zulu is one of the great films of all time. I think he's got a crush on Michael Caine or something. Something really weird about that. Hello, Kat. There's something unique about today too. My rota has Al, then Messi, and Kat. So between us, we are Ali Cat.
That's very good.
That's what you're going to get for the next half hour, ladies and gentlemen. Strap in.
We're here to take Antipodean wickets.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets, by the way, that
Yeah,
Alley
that's
Cat
it.
reference.
It's all downhill for the next 29 and a half minutes.
Yep. So they're having drinks. They're busy having drinks, aren't they?
Yeah, I saw some lovely cocktails with some umbrellas coming out, because it's been fairly easy going for England so far this first hour.
Yeah. Too easy. Come on, New Zealand. Make it a bit harder.
It has. I mean, I blame Forthy really, because he just wanted a ball draw because he didn't want to see England lose. We're here for the excitement. I'm sorry, Forthy, but we want action, and that means wickets.
Yep, definitely.
We can't have England getting all cocky.
Indeed. I'm also here for the movie chat because I've got a podcast about movies, so I'm just going to plug that now.
So
if anyone likes Alfred Hitchcock movies, you need to come to Hitchpod. What's our website? Hitchpod Online. We are just about to start our second season. We have reviewed every single Alfred Hitchcock film over the last 4 years. Mog is wrong. Mog is wrong, and everyone else is wrong. There are dozens of good films pre-1960, and they're all Alfred Hitchcocks.
Hitchpod.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
Hitchpod Online. Actually, go to Patreon and you found it. I can see you found it there, Alan.
Found it. Followed you. Thanks very much. I'm listening to that on my journey to work
Fantastic.
later on today.
That's Dan and me. We're just about to start our second season, which is a rewatch of the top 20 films as voted by our subscribers and listeners, and so that will be fun too. But we have gone through every single movie.
Right.
Yeah. Lots of spoilers if you listen to it. We do have a spoiler warning. It's sort of about 5 minutes in, I suppose.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's difficult to do a movie review if you're not allowed to talk about the movie itself.
Yeah.
well, it's a little hard to think that there are too many Hitchcock movies that people don't actually know the outcomes from.
There's 52 of them, though, Messi. 52. You wouldn't have watched all of them. Yeah.
No, I haven't. No, and some of them were pretty crap, to be honest.
No, they were all fabulous, but some of them were silent. They might be the ones you're thinking of, the silent movies.
No. I was
And
thinking,
in the midst of all of this, cricket breaks
to the
out
cricket.
as Matt Henry bowls the first ball of the 42nd over and leaves it alone outside the off stump. So, Kat, if we could... Now, you're going to rewatch the People's Favourites
Yes.
in Season 2.
Yes, but
what is your favourite Hitchcock
Oh,
movie?
North by Northwest is my favourite.
I love that. Yep.
Yeah,
Great movie.
that is my favourite. Yeah. I prefer, I don't like the horror so much as the spy and suspense.
just outside the off stump again by Henry. A sort of nondescript push/drive, which Lee's completely mistimes and ends up going into the leg side. And there'll be no run. Lee's just needs to be careful here. He's done all the hard work getting to 67, nearly caught Popel. I like rear window.
Yes, rear window's wonderful.
But it's just interesting that if you get the right actors and you keep on using them again and again and again, then it's amazing how sort of that genre appears out of itself. As Henry is a bit more pitched up this time, and Lees tries to drive but can't get it past mid-off, and he stays on.
I don't think I realised how stocky Lees is. He's quite a solid chap, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah,
he's got a bit of muscle behind him. I thought he was just tall and skinny, but he's got a bit of muscle and possibly fat.
Let's not talk about Johnny Burstow that way, as Henry is in, and he's that's edged and gone. 67 and out for Lees, edged, and this time DJ Disco Darrell has taken the catch, and Lees is gone.
See, Ken and I are doing our job.
Got him! Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
Maybe a loss in concentration after the drinks break, Cap, maybe?
Well, I was just thinking that, he deserved a wicket. Henry hasn't got a wicket yet, so about time, I think. But 67, very respectable, and good work in the slips cordon there. I'm glad we've got a bit of action. It's been a bit boring so far this first hour.
Certainly that's going to...
A rubbish shot.
Yeah, but I think as long as Lees remains a player, we're going to turn around and go, he needs to move his foot more. I think that's just going to be who he is. But this only brings Joe Root to the crease.
Yeah, at a pace too. I mean, he's sprinting out. So do you think he was on the toilet or something and he thought he was going to get timed out, or is he just warming himself up in the cold conditions?
I think he's probably just excited. He's probably surprised beyond measure about the fact that he's not going in at like 20 for 2.
Yeah, it's certainly unfamiliar territory, isn't it?
Runs on the board. Runs on the. What are we talking about? He's probably getting a nick off for 4 or something like that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could look at it from another point of view, because he's coming in with them still 400 runs behind, so that's familiar territory.
That's familiar.
Yeah, you do have it. You have a jeweler's eye for detail with regards to that. Mr. Bishop, dare we have the Joe Root jingle?
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
That's right, Joe Root, actually, with his 10,015 runs in his career, is going to face up first ball, and that is squirted behind square on the leg side. There will be desperate running and sliding and throwing, and Root will be off the mark with 2 runs. And the total is 149 for 2. Just maybe pushed across him. Good length delivery, and Mitchell gets more of himself behind it, and looks to his teammates like, I knew if you gave me another one, I'd catch it. Last ball of this over, and that is beating the outside edge. Keeper takes it at the second attempt, but that was too good for Root and too good for most people facing their second delivery. A great ball by Henry, and he's off the schneid. He's 1 for 42, and England are 149 for 2. Jez.
Oh, we got lots of action, inspired partly by Ket and by Mog. Josiak says, why is the third man called the third man? Well, because he's more than 2 and less than 4. Jay says...
Those 2 were already taken, Jez. That's what it was.
As a psychotic Bampot 40 guy, and he scares me seriously. Mog says the Burwood Mafia is thick on the ground today, and predictably comes on in capitals. You people have shit taste in movies, and you should be embarrassed by your shit taste in movies, and also you smell. This from the man who puts Zulu up the top of the heap. Fuck! God help us all.
Jameson in, a ball slightly jagging back towards Pope. Takes an edge maybe more off the shoulder of the bat, but falls harmlessly for no run. Yeah, there's a bit of Veruca Salt in that, isn't there? I want it now.
There's lots of tantrums happening there.
Yeah, you can hold your breath until we like Zulu Mog, are you?
Yeah. No one agrees with you, Mog. Bad luck.
Jameson in for the second ball, and that is taking an inside edge, a thick inside edge off Pope's bat, and it will go down to long leg, and they'll pick up 2. And Pope will move to 75.
I was 13
I must say,
when
I'm
I
not
saw
very,
Zulu with my parents, and I was forced to. Sorry, I was forced to read the Encyclopedia Britannica about the Battle of Rooks Drift afterwards to determine whether or not it was true. So there you go.
Yeah, maybe under fiction rather than true, that story as it was told. Kat, you were talking too.
Sorry, Kat.
I've forgotten what I was going to say.
This happens.
That's right. I'll summarise some other ball.
There'll be another one in a minute. Jameson with a ball that jags back and just a gnat's crotchet away from Pope's off stump. Well, left, I guess, considering that the off stump's still in the ground, but a dangerous leave there, Kat.
Yes, I think that New Zealand have really got they're really getting ready for this next wicket now. I don't think England are going to survive much longer. I would say maybe seven more wickets for maybe 30 runs. That's my prediction.
Tony, have we got a bigger wooden spoon that Kat can stir with? just like, yeah.
I'll go and have a look.
Full ball just outside off stump. Pope mistimes a drive, and Jameson will field off his own bowling, and there'll be no run.
Bring in another slip. Bring in another slip.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay says he's signing up, Kat. He only listens to Forsyth's podcast out of fear, but he's going to listen to yours out of love.
Oh, that's fantastic. You will have a very good time listening to our podcast. It's irreverent.
But he also says, you utter pair of Antipodean knobs.
Wow. I wonder where we'll follow that
also
one.
Also true.
Another mistimed drive. Fast.
Another mistimed drive by Pope, but that only goes as far as cover. And again, no run.
I must say, I'm not enjoying the ECB's official singlet for wearing underneath their tops. They've got 2 different versions. One of them's got a bit of blue around the neck, and the other one's just got a creamy coloured singlet. Get your act together with your kit, guys. Like, Root, you need to be matching. You need to be matching your partner, and he's just not.
It's called uniform for a reason.
Yeah, he's out of uniform. I think Pope might have the regulation. I think Root's the one who's gone off regulation.
Typical. He loses the captaincy as that ball is driven semi-uppishly towards mid-off by Pope, but all's fair and no run comes from it. End of the over, 151 from 2. And Jez, talk to me about the carnage that is Twitter.
Well, Jersey Oak says, on the waterfront and the spy who came in from the cold. Oh, I'll give you some points on both of those. He also says, well, the collapse is well on now. He hasn't actually said doom, but we can hear it.
Don't let Cat get in your head, folks. Building. Don't let Cat get in your head. It's all fine.
And Ravi Nair says the best pre-65 films are obviously Metropolis and Sahib Bibi Ar Ghulam, which I've never heard of. And he's given us a link to a clip. And Mog actually concedes something. He's conceded that Zulu, as presented, isn't exactly a historical document. But Hitchcock, Wells, could you people be any more anodyne and generic? Oh dear.
Henry's first ball is defended to mid-wicket by Joe Root.
Mistimed to mid-wicket, I think you mean there, Al.
Joe Root in the nervous noughts.
Look at that terrible singlet he's got. I want him out. I want him out straight away just for wearing that awful t-shirt underneath.
Yeah, a fashion.
And that is a loose cut shot there by Joe Root. It beats what would be the top edge as he presents his bat, and that goes through to the keeper. But that was a lazy shot by a man who is not suitably dressed.
Now, I know that New Zealand are too nice to be sledging Root at this point, but what do you think they would be saying if they were perhaps not quite as nice? I mean, you need to be sledging him for those misses, right?
You'll be back in the shed before too long, as that is nervously defended to cover. Let's buy into this wholeheartedly. Yeah, I think I think if you're going to be lazy in terms of how you get yourself dressed, that means you're going to be lazy in how you go about your day, right?
Yeah. He set himself up for failure, basically, and there are more slips in too. By the way, we approve of these additional slips. Very nice from Williamson.
Is it true,
whoever's captaining?
Is it true, Kat, that you invented the 9-slip field?
I do like the 9-slip field. I did invent it, yes.
A fuller length delivery, and Root must have heard Kat and gone, have some of that. A sumptuous drive, made slightly better, as there is no mid-off in place, and that's 4 runs. Yeah, I was waiting for mid-off to come into play, and then slowly but surely realised.
Where is mid-off?
Yeah, there's no mid-off.
Unfortunately, mid-off was moved to the slip area after my insistence. So pencil Root in for 100 now. Root's going to get 100.
And there's a fend and a miss and a drop by the wicket keeper, and there's going to be buys, and Blundell blames himself. I think he took a ball on the hand when he was batting,
he's in
and
pain.
I think he looks in. Well, it may be he is drooling the drool of regret into the pillow of remorse. Here, I think that might have caught him on some small part of the hand. There's some sore part of the hand there. We're right on the edge of the finger. That's no good at all. He was trying to jump and take that ball there when it came through.
He's taken his glove off. He hasn't taken his inner off, though, because I don't think he wants anyone to see what his finger looks like.
Yeah. So
wicketkeepers' fingers are ugly things, aren't they?
Keep your inners on.
Is Test cricket still... the traditional way that you would deal with this in school cricket is that it's a wet paper towel. So I'm assuming the same thing happens in Test cricket. Is this last ball of the over is defended by Root. A bit of everything there, a lovely drive, but a couple of plays and misses. And that's the end of the over. Cheers.
Okay, so GC Radio
lots of tweets.
Porn bot says S&M Mistress Jones takes Poms out. Click here.
Wow.
I don't know if you've come across our porn bot. It's a friendly parody account. Jay Grover says my Hotchkiss bingo card is starting well with Nat's Crotchet. I hasten to add it with Jeremy, who was the second Antipodean knob, not Dan. Oh no, we would never expect that of Dan. Matt Searle says, I just used my last 3 GPL tickets. Bring it on. I'm out of GPL tickets, actually, but it's a good time to remind people the GPL is open until lunchtime.
No, we'll do it in just a second. I will let you talk about it, as this ball is fended by Pope towards mid-wicket for no run. Jez, how can I win at the GPL?
Well, all you have to do is go to guerrillacricket.com/competition, register and pick the number of runs that are going to be scored today. And if you get them on the knob, as it were, you will win the jackpot or share it with anybody else who gets it. Currently, the jackpot is £82.
Just bear with me a second. As that ball is short and pulled away by Pope, it's going to be pulled away to long leg. They should come back for... I thought they were going to come back for 2. May have timed it too well. Only a single. Jez, how much does a go cost me at the GPL?
It costs £1 a time. I should say most of those £82 were actually contributed by me. But it's good fun. And, yesterday I was still in the running till the very last ball. You can't ask for more fun than that. So get in there, and it helps to fund us to some extent.
So if you want to win Jez's money...
Good fun.
If you want to win Jez's money, then give it a go.
Absolutely.
It's basically transferring it to your bank account. You should definitely have a go.
That's about right, yeah.
Good length ball, about 6 inches outside off stump, and Root plays that with a straight bat, and there'll be no run. We've got 50.
Rudy's definitely getting on with it, right? He's 6 from 9. No sort of seeing himself in. He's just wildly missing it or sending it for 4.
Yeah, it's a man liberated by not having to score all the runs himself.
Yeah.
158 for 2 was your England total, an important psychological milestone that we missed. England are now less than 400 runs behind, as Jameson is in, but that's left alone by Root, and there'll be no run.
I'm particularly impressed with the position of the slips. They are in perfect position. Sometimes when the England slips are in place, they look a bit scatty and a bit. But the New Zealand slips, they could have been put there and glued to their spots. They are in. Their legs are exactly the same distance apart. They look fantastic.
Kat, a slight degree of OCD in your life is beginning to present itself in terms of how this looks.
Clothing.
As this is pushed for a quick single by Root, and Pope accepts, and by the time the fielder has the ball in the hand, both batsmen are in. But yeah, Joe Root's lack of uniformity is causing you shortness of breath. The
true.
aesthetic quality of the slip cordon is giving you calmness. So
Indeed, I've recovered.
Seems like you've got CDO, Kat. That's like OCD, but all the letters are in the right order.
Yes, I see. In alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Well, she's even getting a second dog because one is uneven.
Isn't enough.
She couldn't handle one dog. Yeah.
We're coming into that in the next over. As that is filth on the leg stump, flicked away by Pope. But there is a diving fielder down there at long leg. But Pope will get 2. He's on 78. The total 161. Jez will come to you, and then Kat will come to you for dog updates.
Jay Grover said, I'd point out to Root that he betrayed the Sheffield state school system by pissing off to Worksop. It's not a good look, is it? Sheffield's so shit we have to go to Worksop for an education. And Naibar Butlands is with us. He says, still in the Mojave Desert on an army base. Hard to follow the test here, but the test is just being here. Get it? Yeah. Good to have you on board anyhow. And we're up to date on tweets, so go for it, Kat.
Kat, so during the Ashes, we heard about your buying a puppy or getting a puppy.
Yeah. Well, we are. Yeah, well, this puppy is now 10 months old. This one that I've got here, Batman.
Yep.
And we are getting a friend for Batman in the next week or so. Further updates once we're absolutely certain what we're getting, but coming soon.
Henry in, back of a length on off stump, and Root turns that to mid wicket, and there'll be no run. I'm assuming the only possible name for this dog is Robin.
Almost. The dog's going to be called Bobbin. So we're going to have Batman and Bobbin.
Batman and Ribbon. The possibilities are endless. Are you going to go with a similar type of dog, or is that too early to confirm as Henry is in and left alone by Root?
This is the toy poodle, Batman. We like the toy poodle. They're very smart. So the next dog is partly toy poodle and partly something else. Not to be identical. Not to be too identical.
Yeah, because you want to be able to tell them apart. You want to know which dog you're dealing with at any point in time.
Yeah. Definitely.
So was this a unanimous household choice about a second dog, or was it as soon as you got one?
The kids don't get a choice. It's just me and Dan.
Quite
choosing.
right. Quite right.
Sounds about right. That's effective parenting right there. As that's back of the length and defended back to the bowl. My dad used to say that all the time. Sometimes we're a democracy, but most of the time we're a benign dictatorship. So make of that what you will.
Definitely, I agree with that.
Yes.
Just look at his cute face.
And Leah has descended into paroxysms of delight. She just says, "Yay! Na 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 Batman!"
Indeed.
Somewhat predictably.
Wide outside the off stump from Henry, left alone by Root.
Batman is so popular in our local park that other people know his name. I don't know the name of their dogs. Maybe I'm just terrible. They know his name.
Is it because
you're
shouting
towards them?
more
Here's
than they're shouting
Batman.
I've got really sad news for you. If Batman had his own podcast, it'd outrate Hitchcock.
Oh, probably.
Dear me. Slightly more
Yeah,
pitched
he
up,
does.
encouraging the drive, and Root accepts the challenge but can only find cover and there'll be no run.
It doesn't matter which podcast I'm doing, whether it's Can't Bowl, Can't Throw or Hitch Pod. That man always does something mischievous during the podcast. Jumps on the table, barks, steals something he's not supposed to have. He always appears very frequently on the podcast, actually.
Well, in that case, he's improving your ratings.
Recurring themes. I like this.
Yeah.
Last ball of this 46th over. Henry in, back of the length. An ugly looking hoik from outside the off stump to leg by Root. But effective. They don't have pictures in scorebooks. And that will simply say 4. Cheers, over to you.
There was a touch of Rashid Khan wristiness in that. Josie Oak says the asymmetrical shape of Trent Bridge could cause Cat to have thrombosis. The shape is very random. That's true, actually. Farong says, I'm getting concerned about the IPL T20 push in relation to real cricket. The bids per match in India have reached 100 crores for TV and digital rights for the IPL for 2023-27. That's scary stuff. Leah says, get a bitch and call her Catwoman, just for shots and goggles.
First ball of this over from Jameson is back of the length, and Pope is able to get on top of the bounce and guide it down for no run. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. You're going to get far better commentary from Cat than from me, and Cat's going to be joined by Tony and Brian at the end of this over, as you know, I got stuff to do. There's housework that needs doing. So Jameson in, and that is again right on the spot, just outside off stump, and Pope gets himself into position. He's on 78. So there was some lovely symmetry spoiled by Lee's getting out in the 60s. Everybody who scored a 50, who got to 50 in the New Zealand innings, then went on to reach 100. So it's a shame that Lee's wasn't able to get all the way through to 3 figures to be able to see that through to maintain this. But of course, Pope's got a little while to go yet. He has a very high elbow here for an attempt at an extra cover drive, but can only find the fielder, and we're halfway through the over.
It's a shame that Bracewell couldn't get his 52, 49. When you're coming in fairly new to the team.
No, but we've said a couple of times, there seems to be this conveyor belt of just really decent, well-rounded cricketers from New Zealand that 99% of us have never heard of, but slot in like they've been playing for 10 years or so, as Pope tries to turn this ball away to 2 square leg, but can only find mid-wicket, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, tiny country, but presumably everyone there plays cricket. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing that they must.
Is it just if you don't play rugby, you are forced to play cricket? Is that how it works?
I think they probably play both, right? They play rugby maybe in winter and cricket in summer.
That's radical.
Yeah.
Well,
they seem pretty good at both, I have to say.
Yeah.
In Australia, I think that most of the people who play football, as in soccer football, don't play cricket.
Yeah. Wide outside the off stump, left alone by Jameson. And there is one ball left of this over, one ball left of this spell. Kat, if I don't see you before you head off, it's lovely to catch up with you. I'm always smarter when I'm in your presence.
It's wonderful to commentate with you guys. It's very good.
The Alley-Cat combination worked quite well. Yeah.
I should imagine so. Just tip that nod to the selector, the chief selector at Gorilla Towers. I think we passed the audition. Wide of the crease by Jameson. An on-drive attempted, only finds the fielder. Pokes on 78, Roots on 11. England seem comfortable no matter what Kat says, and I'll leave you in her capable hands.
And I'll catch you after lunch.
Thank you, Messi.
Thank you.
So
the next tweet is from Jay Grover. There you go.
How many times have I heard that,
back, buddy?
How many times have I heard that? The next tweet is from Jay Grover. Kat, I think you're leading the show.
Evergreen statement.
Oh yeah.
Tony.
So we have Brian back. Brian, are you
Hey,
on
Brian.
you on the tweets or the summarizer?
I'm on tweets. Tony's got to give me my camera back.
Oh, do I? Sorry about that, mate.
No, that's my fault because I sincerely thought I had turned my video off and I didn't.
I've got to work out how to do that. Kat, talk amongst yourself.
I'm not sure how to turn the camera back on, but anyway, we have presumably someone else coming in to join us, or we have.
It's Tony.
Oh, it's Tony. Fantastic. So we have Tony as well. And thank you very much to Al and Messi Jez, who presumably will be back at some point during this match. We have 3 slips and a gully, and we have Henry coming in and bowling to Root, who's up on his toes.
Right.
And letting that one go through to the keeper. There's been 47 overs. England are trailing by 388 runs, and the score 165 for 2. And now we can see Brian. Hello there.
G'day, Kat. How's it going?
Very good. Good to hear you, and good to be here for this wonderful century of I don't think you'll get the century in the next half hour, but he will get it eventually. It's inevitable. He's facing up to Henry. He offers a straight back to this one and sends it to short cover for no run.
You've mozzed him, Kat. That's it.
No, impossible to moz him.
Well, no, I've gone back to the West Indies at T20s when we were sitting here with Nestlers, and you were like, "Oh, he's doing really well," and then he got out literally on the next ball.
Oh, yeah, that's possible. Improbable, though. Again, the perfect New Zealand slips are in place. 3 of them as this ball goes through to the keeper, who falls over onto his bottom and has a little giggle.
Sounds like my Saturday evenings.
It's the sort of thing the under-12s do in the field. Good to see the New Zealanders having as much fun as the under-12s.
This whole series
Lost
has
his
been played
balance,
with a
over he
smile, though,
goes.
hasn't it? The notable good-naturedness as well as stiff competition.
Yeah. Henry bowls again over the wicket, and this ball is pushed just wide of third slip. It's going all the way down to the third man boundary, and that is 4 runs.
I like this jingle more now that I know what it means.
What did you think of that, Tony? Genuine chance for a 4th slip, or it would have bounced in front, wouldn't it?
I think it would have bounced in front. I think he played it with soft hands. I think he guided it deliberately, and yeah, it was intelligent batsmanship, as you would expect from Root.
Yes, putting it through that gap. Anyway, he's facing up again to Henry. This time he just pushes the ball to point. And if you're going to place it into the gap, place it into the smallest gap you can to torture the fielders, I reckon.
Kat, was it Bracewell you were talking about? You and Messrs. Not really having heard too much about him. Was he the subject of
Yeah,
that?
we said that, it was a shame that he couldn't get his 50.
He comes from some dynasty, a family, quite a dynasty of Bracewells in New Zealand cricket.
Yes, that's right. It's a famous name in cricket. As Root offers soft hands again into the carpet and just pushes that ball to point for no run.
Tony, I think you're on
lots of
tweets now.
Bracewells.
I am on Twitter.
And I only say that because usually when I'm here, I'm on tweets.
No, I thought I'd let you flex your analytical muscles, which is a mental image that you have to be very careful about. But there we go. Right, where was it? Jay Grover. Oh no, I forgot about Batman. I demand puppy tax. I'm not quite sure what that was about. Are Kiwis' ankles glued to the ground or their calves? Is what Warren wants to know. Mog says, you know who may be the most overrated comic character ever? Fucking Batman. The dog, however, I approve of. Leah says, my Detroit-style spam pizza is in the oven. All is well with the world.
Sounds good, actually.
It does sound good. Jay Grover again. I've been working all night. Oh no, that was and thought I'd kept for the day, but forth is blood rage, cat's effervescence, and the fact that people said Citizen Kane's Bobbins has angered my blood.
We have Southey now coming in and bowling wide outside the off stump. And it goes through to the keeper. He takes it in front of first slip, or maybe even in front of second slip. There was a lot of swing to that one. No run.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this match is steaming towards a draw right now, unless New Zealand can unless New Zealand can make England's wickets explode. But I think England needs this sort of match, especially when you give up 553 runs in your first innings.
True, a draw would be relatively good for them as this next ball's pushed to mid-on. And the New Zealanders are still pretty alert, and they're up and about in the field, and they're clapping each other, and they're chewing their chewing gum. I think they still think they can take some wickets here. They haven't given up.
Nor should they. I think Tony's right, though. I feel like this match is being played in the absolute right spirit, which is good to see.
Yeah, does that mean no sledging? I think it does.
Yeah.
There's 2 slips. Southie's swinging this ball to an in-swinger, and it's pushed to deep backward point, and they're taking a single here. So Root moves to 15 from 23. Pope's on 79, and Southie's bowling his figures halfway through his 14th over, 41, none for 41.
As a try-hard Australian, I feel like it is my obligation to sledge the New Zealanders at any given time, but and I guess as a honorary gorilla, which would mean I'm an honorary English man person, I think it's the same at this point.
So 2 slips in a gully and a wideish mid off and a wideish mid on, and Root hits this next ball straight to the mid off, and there's no run.
One thing I'll tell you about the power of cricket is I will be meeting a UK-based. I'm planning on meeting a UK-based gorilla who happens to be in town this week.
Ooh, who is that?
Josh.
Who's that?
Oh, wow.
Huh.
So we have to sort it out. I think we're going to dinner, but I'm going to see if we can go to a Phillies game.
Root plays and misses this next one. He missed it by a fair way. It was swinging out away from him as he pushed the bat towards a defensive stroke, straight through to the keeper. A dangerous miss, do you think, Brian, or a safe miss? What do you think, Tony?
I think it's. Well, I'm looking at it again here to get a little bit more. Definitely fairly on the dangerous side, but I think anything.
Yeah.
I think he kept the bat inside of it. It would have been easy to twitch in its direction. He didn't.
He didn't twitch. And this one, though, is straying towards the pads, and it's full, and Root says thank you very much, pushes it into the deep mid-wicket area, and they scamper through for... Oh, let's see, what did they get there? Did they get 2? No, they just got 1. That was Pope then.
Just one, because it's the end of the over, so...
Okay. They've already flicked over. It's the end of the over. Let's go to tweets.
Yes, Neymar Butlins. Rather cliched, but he says you either play cricket or rugby or you're a sheep. But you could be a lamb. Jersey Oak.
You could be all 3.
You could be all 3, yeah. Jersey Oak says, what a rugby playing sheep. There's a thought. I did go to the Agri-Dome once, though, in New Zealand. And they did have all kinds of performing sheep, which was kind of weird and wild. Jersey Oak says, playing cricket and rugby union for New Zealand is called a double All Black, and Jeff Wilson did it not long ago. Thank you, Jersey. That's good to know. Jay Grover says, oh, piss off, Tony. You missed me during the first test. Well, possibly not, but I can fill dead air like Zulu cannon fodder. No doubt about that. And Mog says, by the way, Germany beat Austria in their final earlier today. I'm assuming that's cricket related, and also good to know. Change of bowling, I think, or a reintroduction of someone to the bowling.
Have we got a jingle for this bowler?
Of course we do.
We sure do. I've just got to find it. How does he speak? How does he call? Where the hell has he gone? The bugger. Here he is.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he
So it is Bolt, in fact, and his left arm over the wicket as this next ball from Root pushed into the covers, and again doesn't score. He's slowed down a bit from his frantic start. I think the first couple of overs were quite a few runs. We have Australia just about to play Sri Lanka in some ODIs. In fact, it's going to clash with the test, I think, for those of us who like to watch both.
All 4
in the next couple of days. Yeah, all of us, yeah. So Bolt is in again over the wicket, angling this ball in front of the right-hander. Root, who leans back and lets it go through to the keeper.
There's dozens of us. Dozens!
Yes, indeed. Double screens. Here we come. Gotta make sure you're commentating the correct game.
Oh, that's funny.
I have basketball on Friday nights, so I can't usually commentate because I have to ferry children around to play basketball.
Oh, goodness. Can't wait for those days.
Yes, Bolt bowls full, and Root tries to drive it but can't penetrate the cover fielders. So your children are not old enough to play basketball yet, Brian?
My daughter is 2. She will take a ball and throw it, and that's kind of her sport is throwing stuff on the floor intentionally and then going, uh-oh.
That's a good game.
That's a great game, if you're 2.
Yeah, Batman plays that game too. He intentionally throws things on the floor too. It's very funny. As Bolt bowls back of the length this time, it jags back in a little bit towards Root, and again just goes through to Blundell, and there's no run. She's going to be a basketballer though, Brian, judging by her height, I would say.
Yeah, that's what everybody is. Either that or I'm going to try and teach her Aussie rules, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and cricket, come on.
Oh, I'm going to teach her. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
goes without saying.
Yep.
So Root faces up another foolish delivery, a bit over pitched there from Bolt, and he's driving it. It's a glorious cover drive, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. Is that
Tony.
A song in the background?
Wake up, Tony.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
In my defence, I was pre-reading our YouTube messages to decide which ones I can actually say.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
It's quite stressful being on tweets, I find, as Root tries to repeat that last drive, but this time he picks out the fielder, and that is the end of the over. And the score has disappeared. I think it's 175 for 2, and over to tweets.
Yes, it was. Who was I going to say hello to? Hello to Dean McQuillan. Our friend Pokey is keeping the bots at bay, I'm delighted to say. There was somebody who wasn't feeling. ENH watching in bed with cold shivers and soreness, but appreciating England building and you all being in good spirits. Well, we're sorry you're feeling under the weather, Ian. Hope you get better soon. Dean McQuillan says, as kids we play winter and summer sports, so yes, many play rugby and cricket, so we were on the money there. Not quite sure what Pokey's offering, but I'm probably not going to read it. But it's what he might offer to Ross Taylor if for a draw. I'll let you read that one for yourself. Oddman, so the IPL media rights are reaching near 10 billion. What would be the effects on international cricket? That is a big discussion for another time, but one we will take up in any of our podcasts, and I'm sure as...
Because Southey's not waiting for anyone. He's come back into bowl, and the first one is defended by Pope. No run.
Yeah.
So I don't think I have any comments to make on that last tweet.
Yeah, no.
Well,
Happy to let someone else
though, isn't it?
argue about that one.
Yeah, no, that's way beyond me. I'm just excited that the U.S. T20 season starts up in a couple of weeks. And Kat, you mentioned about taking Hazel to cricket matches or getting her involved in cricket. The Philadelphians' home opener is 2 weeks from today, and I'm most likely going to be doing some sort of commentary on that. And
Excellent.
Assuming the weather is not too hot, my wife and daughter will be there, so that'll be fun.
Fantastic. Southey has bowled a ball in the meantime, just pushed to the covers, no run. He's bowling again to Pope, and this time he turns it around the corner and it's gone to short mid-wicket. There's a quick single. They scamper through. It was good running, and that takes Pope to 80. The score 176 for 2.
I've just started reading Crickonomics, so I'm not going to attempt to make any comment on its content, but it certainly started promisingly. But as a book to read about the potential impact of the growing rights costs and the growing, all presence of the IPL and what it means to cricket, that's a good book to head to.
Interesting. Root on 20 is facing up to a ball that's drifting down leg side. He doesn't get bat on it, and he's really pissed off about that. He wanted to send that sailing over the square leg boundary, I think.
I think this is. I mean, I'm excited to kind of see that this is kind of settled in a little bit. It'll be interesting to see if Pope can get to his century. But I also like when Joe Root bears in and gets settled in, and that's what hopefully we'll see here.
So Southey bowls again, and this is edged by Root. It's edged to a short third man position. He was not in control of that, but it's gone all the way to the boundary. He gets 4 for it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's about as much excitement as we've had for a few overs, I think, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and getting, it is sort of getting his eye in and whatnot, but yeah, he's turning it on a little bit. This is one of the things about Test cricket is that if you have two good matched batting sides, you're invariably, neither team's going to get a result out of it, but it's still fun to watch.
So Southey coming in last ball of the over, tight line and length, back of a length, and Root just offers a defensive bat to it. And Root and Southey having a bit of chatter out there in the middle. I don't know if it was friendly or not.
I think it was reasonably good-natured. I mean, Southey, that was straight down the throat of a third slip. And there wasn't one. And I suspect Tim Southey might have mentioned
I think it was too high, Tony. Wasn't it too high for
I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure.
You think they would have grabbed it?
In front of the face.
One of the tall ones would have. Put Jamison in third slip. He would have got it.
Yeah, I think that would have been a goner. And I think Tim Southey was mentioning that. And I think Joe Root might have been pointing out, well, you set the fields, mate. It's not my fault there wasn't a bloke there. Jay Grover, given the small population of New Zealand, I reckon every citizen is part of a legacy through the sins of their forefathers. Well, possibly.
Ooh. Anyway, we have Bolt coming in. They're not wasting any time here. Bowling to Pope. Then it's outside off stump. He pushes it to gully. There's no run.
Brian... Roger Melly says, Brian, if you're going to sledge the Kiwis as an Australian, the correct term to refer to them is apparently ram rooters. Oh, Lord. Maybe
no, sheep shaggers.
No, anyway, he got that from Billy Birmingham. Jay Grover says, Brian, if you're going drinking with Josh, send us a postcard, lad.
Yeah, I'm actually emailing him to see if we can... the problem is that my wife is away on business this week, so I've got Hazel all to myself.
I'll have to take her with you. As Pope mistimes his next shot. He's trying to push it into the offside, and instead he only manages to send it to first slip on the bounce. It's kind of under-edged it.
She's coming no matter what. I think problem is that I try to get her to bed by 9. The Phillies game starts at 7, and the stadium's half an hour away. I mean, we're going to go to dinner at the very least, so.
Yeah, could be tight, but anyway, she'll stay up late, whatever.
Oh yeah, she's a trooper, and she'll wake up a good mood, dude, as we say. You can kind of hear her.
She's in the background. Now. She might make an appearance. Pope is on strike. He's on 80. This is shorts from Bolt. He pushes it to short square leg. No run.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing about this, and just kind of following the test along, and this is kind of a general thought here, is it's interesting. The one thing about is that I love a good offensive battle. I like when there's a bunch of centuries in a match like this, and it's just a shame that it's all contained to 5 days because I'll break off.
So this ball, Pope's on the drive. Ooh. He's trying to get it through mid-off, and in fact he does. There's a misfield there. Not quite sure who misfielded that, and not great. They end up getting a run out of that when it should have been stopped.
Yeah, it's one of those where you'll look back at it later and be like, huh. But it's interesting just because I like watching and I like seeing that build up. I like seeing a lot of the runs and whatnot. But batting, especially when you score 550 plus runs, and the other team is basically trying to do the same. Now, who knows what will happen over the next couple of hours?
Yeah. Bolts around the wicket to Joe Root, who pushes the ball to a wide mid-off. And again, no change to the score, which is 181 for 2.
The GPL, remember, is well and truly open.
Oh, yes.
We've had £26 this morning taken in, so the pot, I can tell you, is is now over £100. You've got 10 more minutes until lunchtime. All you have to do is guess the number of runs that are going to be scored in the day. GorillaCricket.com/competition.
We won't speculate about this as Bolt comes in, last ball of the over. again from around the wicket into the right-hander route, just pushes the ball into the ground defensively. And that, at the end of the over, it's 181 for 2. Any more tweets or socials?
There certainly are. Leah says, do you know...
It's a podcast, okay. 10,000 losses, yeah.
As you mentioned, the Phillies. Mog says, Rudy Van Vuren played rugby and cricket internationally for Namibia. I don't think they have a term for it, though. Mog says, who or what the evolving Varfuck could afford 10 billion for IPL rights? Well, somebody can. Have I got time for one more, Jig? Over the advent of the porn bots, I'll have to wait.
Because Southey's already steaming into his 16th over. And again, Pope with very soft hands sends it on the bounce to the keeper. And I think he's going to play that ball on. That's about the second or third time he's done that in the last 2 overs. What do you think, Brian? Is he going to play it on in a minute?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's rare. He's rare to kind of step on the gas pedal a little bit in the and hit a couple out of the ballpark, Tony.
A few sixes, get to his 100. Yeah,
sure. At some point you get to be a little bored.
Back of a length, pushes it towards cover point, and I think he does look like he wants to get on with it, doesn't he, Pope? He's I think he's a little bit worried that England's going to declare and he's not going to get his century. Rick's going to beat him.
It's a good it's a good mindset to have, I guess, because it does a little bit of urgency. I think that's the thing, is that at this point and I'm looking at the actual percentage of it. I think it's a 9% chance of England winning as the ball comes in.
This time he's squeezing the ball out through backward point, goes out into the deep, and he runs through for a single, taking him to 82.
The only way to get him to 353 to avoid the
follow on. Yeah,
highly likely to declare.
And we don't see this much. It's funny because we don't see instances where the follow on is enforced anymore. But I think if New Zealand wants to win, we're still a long way off. But I feel like if this is one of these instances where, if it was offered to them, New Zealand would have to take it if they'd want to win.
You think they would? As this next ball straying onto the pads a little bit wayward from Southey, pushed out into the mid-wicket region. There is no one there. 2 men on the chase, and it's slowing down inside the boundary. Will be reeled in time for them not to score 4. But I think they ran 2 or 3.
3.
There, 3, Brian. That's good running, fast running.
Very good running, and especially on a pitch that's as fast, or a ground that's as fast as this is. And, but as we've mentioned, it is one of these odd asymmetrical grounds where it's almost like a baseball ground, because most of the baseball fields are asymmetrical.
Pope on strike now, as this ball's just outside off. A little bit fumbled there by the keeper, but not dangerously, just knocks it down towards the slips, and no run there.
Yeah, it's this is one of these pitches, it seems like, where if you do hit it to the corners, so to speak, I feel like you could run for a day and a half.
Yep. Yeah, those corners are a long way off. And there's a lot of pitches on this particular ground. Some of them seem to be very close to the boundary. I'm not quite sure how they work. As this next one is short from Southey and pushed to cover point. And they've taken a very quick run, a dangerous and quick run, but in the end they were safe as the throw came in, not too close to the stumps.
I think he's probably in by half a step if that on a direct hit, but it was enough close to make me sound like somebody punched me in the stomach.
It was exciting. We haven't had that much excitement, right?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting though, just kind of looking at and even I feel like Lord's is the same way. These are called ovals in a sense, but it seems like a lot of the grounds are built almost kind of square, and they're set up as such. The boundaries are set up more square. Mm-hmm. So if you hit the ball, as Messi has informed us that the ones close to the boundaries are used as nets, as a ball pulled out of his. Go ahead.
At this time, Baldy's coming in. He bowls full, and this is clipped off the toes. A bit of a tumbling misfield. It was actually not a bad effort from the fielder there at mid-wicket to try and stop that ball, and they've run a single.
There she comes. I can hear her now.
That's a guest appearance from Hazel. So far we've had a guest appearance from Batman, a guest appearance from Hazel. Who have you got in your house there, Tony, that can come on?
Whoever's the Gorilla Towers.
I'm at Gorilla Towers. And I'm the only one here today.
Oh, well. We don't have an animal at Gorilla Towers. There's another ball's pushed
we've
into
got
the
a bear,
offside
but it's his
defensively
day
by
off.
Joe Root. You need a studio cat or rat or something.
Well, we might have the odd rodent, based on the fact that I've seen a few little poisony things around the place.
If it were Hendo in charge, there would be a cat.
This one is edged, and it's just over the top of second slip. That was a big dive up into the air, and I think someone has just missed that, but it was
Salvi.
edged in such an aerial fashion. Not really a chance. Could he have grabbed it? We'll watch the
I
replay.
think he gets two hands to it.
He got
I
his
think
hands
was a
on it,
chance. It was.
Oh,
I'm afraid we are going to have to consider that to be a
drop.
a drop.
Yeah.
It was a drop.
Where is drop?
So that was Southey, wasn't it, dropping that one?
In the beats in the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
It's also 4.
Bolt's already coming in again, and yeah, it did go for 4, that particular ball, previous delivery, but Bolt comes in again, and this ball just doesn't bounce very much as it goes through to the keeper. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander, and Root lets that one go outside his off stump. That was a very hard chance. It would have been a great catch if he'd taken it. Bolt bowls to Root, pushing the ball into the onside defensively. But similar to the last one that Root edged, up into the sky. The previous one was through a sort of third slip region down, to short third man. This one directly to Southey and just needed to be a bit taller, I think. As Bolt bowls a slower delivery wide outside and full wide outside off stump, and Root says thank you very much and sends it sailing into the offside boundary. Poor Bolt, end of his over, didn't finish well and he missed a chance, and that's 195 for 2.
Now, will we fit another over in before lunch, do we think, chaps?
I'm going to say no, and they are walking off.
They are indeed. Shall I just quickly catch us up on messages, Kat, and then let you walk us through the scorecard and the day's morning's events?
Lovely.
Okay, let me see. Mog, where was I? I'm going to jump in. Jay Grover was saying, that's right, he was saying, with the advent of the porn bots, I'm no longer the premier GC filthmonger. I'm relieved and yet feel strangely empty inside. Crickonomics is jolly good. Thank you. As I say, one chapter in. John Alford says, hi guys and girls from a steaming Madrid. When the Spanish Met Office issues a heat warning, you know it's going to be hot. Well, I hope you're all fine there, John. Leah, if you want to sledge the Kiwis in Hindi, the sledge of choice is... Oh, okay. Apparently
Be careful.
Okay, I'm
Careful.
Just find the tweet for yourselves, and thank you for that useful information, Leah. Jay Grover, Brian, when you see Josh, tell him I've got the lawyers sorted out. I also have evidence. Mog says, what is the story behind the ground's weird shape? Well, it used to house football, Mog. As far back as 1910 they were still playing before Notts County moved and started to play at Meadow Lane. It's also got the pavilion sort of set at an angle, which is part of that. But beyond that, I'm really not sure. But there are certainly architectural, what's the word I'm looking for? Considerations or rules that they can't go beyond, or that they have to work within in any development. I do know that. Let me see. The belief that we won't just collapse into a puddle like Royal Non-Sweat is very touching, says Jay Grover. I think it has to do with putting up hospitality facilities and modern stands, but as I remember, Leah says yeah, so that's kind of bearing out what I said. That gets us pretty much up to date on socials. Cats, if you want to do the scorecard, I'll worry about queuing up some lunchtime entertainment.
Sure, I'll just give a quick recap of the match. On day one, New Zealand were batting. They made about 318 and then continued to pile on runs on day two. At the end of that, New Zealand were 553 declared, and England came out on day 2 and made 1 for 90, I think it was, at the end of day 2. And it was Zach Crawley who was out yesterday. But today, we've only seen just the one wicket as Alex Lees went on to make 67 from 125 balls. He was caught by Mitchell bowled Henry, and he made 11 fours in that particular innings at a strike rate of 53. We have Ollie Pope not out on 84 from 150 deliveries. He's actually hit 2 sixes. That must have been earlier than when I was commentating, and 8 fours. And Joe Root came out and in quite quick time has made 35 runs from 43 deliveries with 7 fours in that, some of them quite streaky, at least 2 of them through the slips. But they are both not out as we've gone to lunch. The extras are 5, and the score, England chasing 553 first innings of New Zealand, are 195 for 2, almost halfway through this game.
England are,
back
but
to you,
yes.
Tony.
Thank you, Kat. Magnificent. Thank you, Brian. If I manage to get this right, it'll be a miracle. But it should be me, I believe, chatting to, not because I'm vain enough to want my own choice, but because that's the one Bear left me with. It's me chatting to Sussex CEO and former England rugby international, Rob Andrew. Don't hold your breath, but it should be on its way.
Bye, y'all.
Bye-bye.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Today we're going to focus on the oldest of our first-class counties. Surrey, Middlesex, Lancashire, Yorkshire, it's none of those. Founded in 1839, it is Sussex. 3 times county champions. Their illustrious history boasts the likes of C.B. Fry, David Shepherd, Ted Dexter, Tony Gregg, Ranjit Singh, Morris Tate, John Snow, to name but a few. Now they are promoting some young and exciting young talent like Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, Archie Lennon, and blending that with the likes of Stephen Finn and new arrivals, Cheshire, the name I can never say, Cheteshwar Pujara, I beg his pardon, and Mohammed Rizwan. The CEO of Sussex is a familiar sporting name, Rob Andrew. Rob, a huge welcome to Guerrilla Cricket.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's a pleasure. Now, first, a little bit about you, maybe. Many, of course, will know you as from rugby, as a player and administrator, but you do also have a cricketing background. Tell us a little bit about what led you to Sussex.
Well, sort of like lots of things, it happened by chance, really. I've always been a massive cricket lover. Played a lot at school and university. Still try to play very badly. Still can't get it off the square, for those that remember me playing a long time ago. But it's just rugby and cricket went hand in glove for me at school and university. And I've been very lucky to be involved in both of those sports for a long time. Did a long time in rugby as a player, coach, director of rugby, administrator, time at the governing body at the RFU, and just felt that I fancied a change of scene, and the opportunity came up at Sussex, love it, absolutely love it, love the county game, love cricket, and really enjoying what we're trying to achieve at Sussex, and obviously getting stuck into some of the other political issues that seem to turn up in sport every now and again.
I'm sure they're going to pop up. You did once get Michael Atherton out for a duck. Is that true?
Well, it is true. I think it goes back to Yorkshire Lancashire second team, actually, about 1980, early 80s something or other. So long ago that neither he nor I either want to remember or can remember. I think, as I keep saying, I think Athers was only about 12 actually at the time, so it was a bit unfair.
Well, his lad's doing all right. His lad made 80 for us the other day, so that was all pretty good.
Yeah, no, it looks like a chip off the old block, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does play a bit like him as well. So Sussex has this fantastically long history, 163 years. Are you finding now, as you sort of plan ahead and think about this season and going forward, are you still able to grow the membership in terms of numbers and value. I've got to be honest, I popped onto the website and I found memberships were currently not available. So how are you finding the sort of the battle to grow that membership at the moment?
Yeah, look, it is quite difficult for membership numbers itself. We're doing pretty well at holding them at about 3,500, 4,000, which is where we've sort of been for quite some time now, actually. And as everybody knows, the balance between the red ball and the white ball debate is something that we're all fighting with. We took a decision to take our Blast memberships out of our red ball memberships a few years ago as well. So that operates separately. So we have season tickets for the Blast, and obviously do well with the Blast sales. So it's just we're in pretty good shape, considering some of the challenges of the red ball cricket, which I'm sure we'll come on to, about when it's played, the time of year, the marginalisation of it. And look, it's very clear that we're not in the 1950s and 60s or 70s, when people seemed to have a bit more time. People have very busy lives. Watching red ball cricket at a county level, on a Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday during the week is tough for people. That's where streaming comes in. There's a huge interest in county cricket, as we know. People grow up probably because their grandparents, their granddad took them to the first county match whenever they started watching cricket. And they could be anywhere in the world now, supporting Sussex or Lancashire or Kent, Somerset, whoever. They could be in Singapore, they could be in west coast of the USA, and we've got people all over the world. So there's huge interest in cricket, in county cricket, and we're still in good shape, and that's pretty important given the last 2 years that we've had.
Well, you've touched on a couple of things there, because you talked about history and changing sort of landscape, really. Given that changing landscape, how easy or challenging is it to kind of stay relevant as that landscape shifts? Because we all think, we all understand different attention spans, different types of media that people consume, different formats of the game, multiple formats of the game being played, too many, some would argue, for the good of all of them. Relevance is such an important word for a sporting organisation that kind of sits at the centre of a community, and yet still has to serve that community becomes in a way somewhat more fragmented. How do you balance, if you like, the old and the new?
Yeah, it's a great question, and actually one that is really difficult to answer, and one that is something that cricket perhaps more than any of the other major sports is grappling with, because it's got so many moving parts, and we have to work out. We have to go with the marketplace, because clearly, if you push against the market, that you're not going to survive in any industry. So, in sports, no different. I think we're just struggling a little bit at the moment to get the balance right, and to understand really that we are heading down the road of two different sports, and we have to work out how they sit side by side and how they can both work together for the benefit of the whole game. And it's a difficult. Look, I've been involved for 5 years, and I came in just as the new competition, which was going to be a T20 competition, had been signed off and agreed. And we, in a way, it feels like we've had 5 years of haggling over how it all sits together. Then COVID came along. We've only had 1 year of the 100, and we're still trying to work it out, if I'm perfectly honest. But you talk about relevance, and that is a great question. I don't think cricket's ever been more relevant in a county like Sussex, quite frankly. I think it's growing across the whole county. We're not just about the men's first team, we're about women's cricket, we're about club cricket, 200 clubs in the league, 350 teams play in one league in Sussex. We probably try and argue we've got the biggest league in world cricket as well as the oldest county cricket club. I'm not sure whether that's true, but we have disability, D40 disability teams, visually impaired teams. The disability team will play at Hove this summer against Surrey. We've got more kids interested in cricket and playing cricket, more girls and women's sections in cricket clubs than we've ever had, doubled over the last 3 or 4 years. So the relevance question is a really important one, but it's very far-reaching. And then, obviously, at the very top end of the game, we produce England players, which is part of our role, not our total role. And obviously, we want to be successful as a club in its own right. And clearly, we have had some challenges on that, and we can come on to that. But we produced 6 players played in England teams last year from Sussex across all formats: Test cricket, 50 over, and international T20. So we're hugely relevant to the game, as are the other 18 counties. And it's a vast history, but a vast infrastructure that those who wish to sort of tamper with it, I think, do so at a huge peril, because it's only 10 years down the line that you realise what damage you may have done to a sport if you tamper with it too much. And we've seen that happen in other sports time and time again.
Which sport? I mean, clearly you have interesting experience in other sports that you can talk to. Do you see any parallels anywhere from your Sussex experience with your other experiences?
Yeah, I think the challenges in rugby, clearly from a personal perspective, over the last 25 years are still being battled with. The game going professional. How many clubs should you have? What's the format? What's the structure? They're still arguing about it 25 years later, and it's a really difficult thing. People do point perhaps a little bit unfairly sometimes, but to Welsh rugby about how they completely changed their whole structure from a domestic point of view, reduced the number of teams down. They're now talking about possibly going down to 3 professional teams only in Wales. Scotland are down to 2. They had 4 when it first went professional. So if you're not careful, you actually you do away with the sport. You damage it both at grassroots level, which is the critical thing, and that's the most important thing for any sport, is to ensure the grassroots and the recreational game is strong. And cricket, I think, is very strong in that area. We need to find ways of working even more together with the recreational game and the so-called non-first-class county, because the structure in cricket across the whole country is fantastic. I genuinely believe that. Stronger, in my opinion, than rugby. And with all of the first-class county structures and the national counties, as they are now called, you can be a youngster in any corner of this country, and if you're any good at cricket, you can find your way to the very top of the game, and that ultimately is a big part of what the sport is about. A big part of what counties are about is producing international players. We want all of our players to dream of playing for Sussex and then England, because for any kid who loves their sport, and I was fortunate enough to live that dream myself, you dream of playing for your country, and if the game can provide that opportunity, which we do, then that's a huge part of why we're here.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear. Now, somebody did famously once say the only people who write 5-year plans are people who plan to stay in a job 4 years, but that's a rather cynical view. But Sussex undoubtedly has one. You created it, I think, in March 2020. Tough time to be thinking, well, probably the best time to be thinking Edge. You have plenty of time indoors to do it. But you did create then a sort of a 5-year strategic plan for the county, built around sort of the vision of inspiring generations. And in that were things like inspiring the next generation, growing the game across communities, transforming women's and girls' cricket, developing the grounded infrastructure, and I think delivering high performance. That's quite a bag of objectives that you've got for the next 5 years. Let's sort of unpick one or two of those. Start a bit with the fan base. I mean, you suggested a little bit in your first comments there was a ceiling in some areas but not in others. So, what are sort of the main initiatives, I guess, that and I'm going to call it the fan base in its broadest sense. I'm not just going to talk about the 3,500, 4,000 consistent membership, which I'm delighted is still there. But in the broadest sense, what are the main things that Sussex is really doing to grow that fan base?
Yeah, well, I think that the main thing is connectivity with the whole of the county, and working with all of our schools, all of our clubs, in particular, because we have the Sussex Cricket Foundation, our old recreational board, if you like, sits within Sussex Cricket Limited now. So we are completely joined as one organisation, which not many counties do. A lot of county boards work closely with their first-class county, but actually we work completely together. So we are one organisation, which means that we speak with one voice across the whole of the game, and we support cricket across a whole range of activity in the whole of the county. And it's an interesting shaped county, as many of you know. It's a long way from the far east to the far west.
Yep.
But we're now joined up to such an extent that we can promote the whole of the game under one Sussex badge, which is this badge, which everybody, I hope, is very proud to be part of that Sussex family. And we've seen a massive increase in the interest in the game across, as I said right at the beginning of this, across the whole game. That fundamentally is our start point. And then obviously we want to try and then get them to be inspired to come and watch cricket at home. One of the ways to do that is if they see kids who've come through the system, come through their schools, through their clubs, and are then debuting for the county, as we have had slightly unusually, I have to admit, we've debuted 3 16-year-olds in the last.
Archie, I remember Archie was it in the T20 Blast? Did he play against Middlesex last season?
He did, and
huge
he
batting
debuted
festival.
Yeah, well, he debuted against Hampshire in the T20 on TV, took 3 wickets on his debut.
Yes, I remember.
And, Dan Ibrahim got 50 on his debut up at Headingley in June. He's the youngest player in the history of the county championship, in all 100 and however many years of the county championship. The youngest player ever to score a half century in county championship cricket. James Coles as well, and those guys are in the squad at the moment. They're still at school. We've got them off school in their Easter holidays before their exams to play first-class cricket. Now, it's very unusual. We happen to have what we believe is a crop of very talented young players, and for lots of reasons we made decisions. Some of them were for financial reasons, because I don't think people understand the challenges that sports clubs have had to go through in the last 2 years. It's almost like it's been forgotten how difficult. The last 2 years, I reckon, has been the most difficult 2 years I've ever had in sport, amateur or professional, because we've just been in the unknown the whole time. So trying to keep the business alive, not knowing when the crisis was going to end, has been really difficult. But cricket's done a fantastic job collectively to get through this, working together with the ECB. The ECB have been brilliant through the crisis. We don't always see eye to eye on everything, and there's a few things that we need to get sorted out over the next 6 months. Mm-hmm. But in this particular area of working together to ensure the game survives, the ECB have been outstanding, and we're all now facing the next few years with a lot more optimism than we were 2 years ago, when we had no idea when we would be coming out of this crisis.
Well, I mean, if you want to pick silver clouds silver linings to darker clouds, if it will. I think you could possibly look at, you mentioned it earlier, streaming. I know Somerset and I know Warwickshire, and I suspect most counties have seen not just a huge rise in the number of how people are watching them, and the volume of people watching them, but more, as just as interestingly, I think, the age and profile mix of those people. Is that something Sussex has found as well?
Yeah, very much so. Look, and I think that's the other thing that we talked about at the beginning of this interview. The pace of change in modern life, the pace of change in modern sport, how you monetize it, how you view it, where you take your viewership to over the next period is changing. You know, who would have said 5 years ago that you might be selling TV rights to Netflix or Amazon or Disney, or, you know, it is. In the old days, it was BBC One and Two and ITV. You and I are probably old enough to go back to remember there was only 3 TV stations. And I remember. Sorry, but it's probably true.
I'm older than you, but so yes,
I remember. I'm old enough. This is really sad. I'm old enough to remember getting our first colour television in 1973.
No, we can't go down this road. I watched the 1966 Cup final in black and white. There we go. Have I trumped you?
Yeah, you have. I was too young to watch that, but I do remember watching the 1973 FA Cup final between Leeds and Sunderland.
Oh yeah.
And
Bob Stokoe.
Bob Stokoe running across the pitch in his trilby at the end of the game. That was the first sports event I've watched on colour television.
Wow. There you go.
So there you go. So when you, and that was a long time ago, but we're just in a dramatically different environment, dramatically different world that we're also competing. We're competing against so many other things, including the growth of esports, which I'd never even heard of until a few years ago. I didn't understand what on earth. Why would you want to watch people playing a game on the computer and you go to a ground?
We did a whole series with the cricketer of what's this? PlayStation cricket.
Yeah.
Other games are available, but yeah, we did the commentary. It was great fun.
So look, it's fascinating. I find it really fascinating, and I think cricket. I actually am really positive about cricket. I think there's a lot of doom and gloom merchants out there because, sadly, in life there seem to be lots of doom and gloom merchants about just about everything. But cricket, cricket's been dying for 300 years, and it hasn't died yet. And cricket has a remarkable ability to adapt and move with the new times. I think at the moment we just haven't worked out the answer for this particular moment in the journey. We will. There is an answer. There's always an answer. And there's a huge red ball, white ball debate, and we're in the middle of it, and we just have to find the solution. T20 hasn't been around that long in the scheme of things. IPL has been around for even less than T20, which started in England. And IPL now pretty much dominates the landscape. So we have to work all of these things in to understand how that impacts the English domestic game, and we're in the middle of that debate, to be honest. And we have to find the answer to that as soon as we can.
Well, 60% was the number of viewers, I think, for county streams were 18 to 34. That's a long way from the traditional view of the county match watcher. That's not blasts. That's the that's the 4-day game, which I find to be incredibly encouraging. Let's move on a little bit, because as we think about the future, but the longer term as well as the immediate issues, opening pathways and pulling through a diverse talent base, reaching out to those communities. I know, for example, the expansion of the ACE programme, Middlesex have just got on board, Surrey, Warwickshire, shaking that nationwide. What are some of the things that Sussex is doing, not just to pull through young talent as you think about pathways, but to ensure that you're reaching out to the broadest mix of talent?
Yeah, that's obviously highly pertinent question at the moment, and in for lots of reasons. Mainly because it's obviously the right thing to do, and we have to broaden the pathway and broaden the scope of interest in cricket, and then give the opportunity to those youngsters who come through. So we're through our club network, which goes back to what I said before about how involved we are with the game across the whole county. Through our club network, we've just launched 2 urban plans in Crawley and Brighton. Obviously 2 of our bigger urban areas. We haven't got huge urban areas in the way that, say, a Warwickshire or a Lancashire would have. So we've got different challenges perhaps to other counties, and that's the nature of the geography. But we're working very hard in Crawley, which has a very strong Asian population, huge cricket lovers, a lot of cricket clubs expanding in Crawley. We're working very closely with the local authority to improve facilities, to ensure that there are enough grounds, because that's the other thing that clubs are finding, particularly those clubs who play on council-owned facilities.
So if you want to complain about county wickets, you want to play on the local rec a few times.
Well, there's a whole range of things there that come under this umbrella, and it's difficult. Cricket's a complicated game. It's an expensive game. It's not as easy to pick up as with football. You put your jumper down in the park and there's your goalposts, and off you go. You've got a game. It doesn't work like that with cricket. You need a lot of equipment. You need a lot of quality coaching. So we're working hard in those areas to help with facility improvements, working with the UCB and others. We're working very closely with our schools to try and, with Chance to Shine, to try and get school cricket back into schools, at the junior level in particular, and in secondary schools with girls' programs in secondary schools. That's been a big change in all sport, is the drop-off of sport in schools, particularly secondary schools.
Yeah.
So we're working very hard. We have a huge project with the state school in Brighton, the Brighton Aldridge Community Academy, which has been going for nearly 6 years now, which is a brilliant project where the facilities there are absolutely outstanding. And then we do work very closely with our private schools as well, and that's something that private schools in this country provide a great service to cricket. The facilities are outstanding. A lot of young talent. There's often a lot of criticism of it's all about private schools. What you find is that a lot of kids are given scholarships to private schools because of their cricket or because of their rugby. And sometimes that's forgotten, that actually private schools are helping the game, and they often get unfair criticism in my book for it's all about private education. Well, a lot of these kids wouldn't get that education if it wasn't for the cricket, which in turn started in the state school, started at the club, and it's an environment that we just have to keep growing and get as many kids
that kind of goes a little bit
in the game as we can.
Yeah, I mean that goes a little bit to the role of the county at the centre of cricket in the county. So yes, I take your point very much about the contribution of private schools, whether you like it or not, however you may feel about that. The fact is that is true, and it remains so. But the county also ensures that work done there can extend out to areas where it might not otherwise be played, to support those areas where there is talent that can't get to that. And do you feel that it is the role of the county within the community to ensure that it kind of works both ways? I've explained that right, that you're expanding where cricket is played by enabling it, as well as by obviously keeping strong where it has traditionally been strong.
Yeah, and it's a absolutely great question, because we can't cut off our nose to spite our face. We have to strengthen the game where we can. We have to go into areas to grow the game where the game isn't actually being played at the moment, and that's a really important thing for us, and we're trying to do that across lots of different areas of the country. It's a fascinating argument, and we have to just get better. We have to keep giving opportunities to more kids who haven't had that, whether it's street cricket, starting kids off with street cricket in areas where there aren't any cricket clubs, for example, and then finding opportunities for them to go to the cricket club or bring cricket into the school that they're playing through a Chance to Shine program or a Lord's Taverners program. Just get a bat and ball in as many kids' hands as we can, and then find the right pathway for them to work their way through.
You say your purpose is inspiring a passion for cricket, and I think what you've said there is you could add the word everywhere. It isn't just about, or within Sussex, but nonetheless, it isn't just where it's traditionally strong, make it stronger. It has to be build on the strength where it's strong, but ensure that you open up new audiences. And I think you've said very clearly that's a big goal, and that's a key pillar of your plan, I guess.
Well, it's a huge. It is right at the forefront. That's what we're about as an organisation. That's our number one priority. Is creating a passion for cricket and giving opportunities for everybody to have a go at cricket, and then eventually it all works up to the county first team at Hove, and then obviously we want to do well at Hove, because if we don't, people get upset and the members get upset if we're not doing as well as they'd like us to. That's all part of the sort of cricket infrastructure and the cricket journey, and then obviously that gets magnified a million times when you go to the international level, because once you get to that level, everybody has a view on what should or shouldn't be happening. Yeah, but that's why it's so interesting, and that's why everybody has an opinion, and that's why we're having this conversation. It's why every man and his dog, jumps in on the conversation about what's wrong, what's right, what would I do, who needs to be sacked, who needs to, be dealt with. It's the beauty of modern day sport. It was always thus, except it's now magnified a millionfold because of all the things that we've seen change in our lifetime around, media, social media, just the 24/7 interest in modern day life and sport.
Let's talk a little bit, if we may, about the women's game. You mentioned some of the initiatives there, because I was looking at those sort of 5 pillars that made up that plan, and one of them is very much transforming women's and girls cricket in the county. Just tell us about a couple of the things that are helping to drive that pillar forward, if I dare call it that.
Yeah, we don't like the word pillar, but we'll let you off. We'll let you off with that, Tony.
Foundation.
Personally, I think I'm sure every sport will say this. I think it's the most important thing about cricket for the future. I think getting girls and women playing the game, and they're doing it extremely well, as we can already see. Growing that base of interest and talent has got to be and is a huge priority both for the ECB, and if it isn't for all counties, it should be, because it's just the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to give girls an opportunity to play sport. I've got 3 daughters. Sport to me is sport should be, it doesn't matter what sport it is, but some kind of sport, some kind of exercise should be along with reading and English and maths, quite frankly, in terms of how important it is to life. We somehow have managed to lose that through successive governments over the last probably 40 or 50 years, but let's not get started on that, otherwise we will be here, but we'll be here for a long time.
We'd have a series, Rob, not just the one-off interview. An interesting idea, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's, and it is just so important. And why not cricket? Girls that take up cricket absolutely love it. We have pathways. We have our Sussex Women's program, which is based out of Backer, the state school that we talked about. We obviously feed then into
I hope this means we are back. And we are back, of course, with, let me see, I need to set up people on Zoom, don't I, as well? Let's hope for the best. 2 people on Zoom. Set that up. I should be able to see the immaculate Colin.
Immaculate?
Well, okay. Well, I can see you. We're waiting. Who are we waiting for? Do I need to clear a layer there somewhere? I should have the Patreon layer playing.
It should be Messers.
We should indeed. I'm just trying to figure out 2-person Zoom I should have on. That should be working. Fingers crossed. Hopefully we're going out live. I sincerely hope we are. Let me have a quick look on YouTube just to double check.
Yeah, we are.
We are?
Yeah.
Can you hear and see us in the background? You know for a fact that's good. Alright then, well thank goodness for that. I've pressed the right buttons to get us back. All we need is Messi to appear.
We always had faith.
You had more faith than I did. It's good. I don't mind doing the creative stuff. I love all of that. The commentary stuff, the chatting to people. I adore it, but stick a bank of computers and monitors and wires and cables and Lord knows what else in front of me, and my knees turn to jelly, I've got to be honest.
Is that one of those fever dreams that you start panicking?
It is exactly like that. We had a conversation the other day about with Hendo, didn't we, about fever dreams. The one where we haven't done our exams. That was the one of them. And my one
I think that one and running away from someone chasing you is like the most common ones.
Doing a gig where I didn't know any of the songs. Messers, you back with us there?
I am indeed. I was a little distracted. I was working out the cost per ball of the broadcasting rights for the IPL.
Oh my
which
lord!
Works out about £43,000 per delivery.
Good lord! And that's excluding no balls, wides. You see, what about all of those?
Yeah, so it'll go down if you throw those in. But
then again, you'll also have matches that don't run the full time because
true.
So maybe one balances out the other.
So does that mean if you bowl no balls and wides, you're actually getting more bang for your buck?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, let's get back to the cricket, gentlemen. Lunch, of course, England were 195 for 2. They'd been 90 for 1 overnight. Lees went for 67. Was he going to make it to his ton? He'd already more than doubled his previous highest score for England, but he was caught by Mitchell, who refound his catching hands off the bowling of the man who's about to open the bowling here, Matt Henry, who's coming over the wicket and slides that one down leg, and Blundell has to dive to his right. So let's jingle up some people. Let's start with the bowler, Matt Henry. Here he is.
You can never trust a man with 2 first names, Matt Henry.
Or indeed the same name. Like, who was it in Catch-22? Major, or Neville.
Neville. Guy's dad.
Neville, yeah, Major from Catch-22. Matt Henry, tall, right armour, sort of slightly north of medium-ish, but nothing too fast, and that one's met comfortably enough by Ollie Pope, who is on 84. Will he get to that magic ton? He needs to go on if he can, because England are still 358 away from that sizable New Zealand total. Third highest total ever for a test team that had been put in That's how big it was. 2 slips are in place. Onto the back foot goes Pope. Drop the back. They take a sharp single. Root is pretty quick. They might even get overthrows here. Do you know what? I think they will. They might even get 4 buzzers. They have. Oh my goodness me. Buzzers, buzzers, buzzers. The 200 is up for England. Pope set off for a quick single, and I think he's ended up with 5, which will bring back some horrible, horrible memories of Lords for some of our Kiwi listeners.
That's a wild.
It was a wild throw. Tell you what, if that had been a coconut shy, he would have missed the shy altogether. he wouldn't even been near the coconuts. He would have missed the tent completely and endangered anybody passing by. Probably whipped the top off their candy floss.
Did he see Root and I shot and think, you know what, I've got a chance here. I can go for the stumps or I can go for Root.
Well, Pope moves on to 89. Henry is halfway through his 14th over. Got the 1 wicket to fall this morning, but he'll be disappointed with those buzzers. The 200 is up for England, 200 for 2. And Joe Root will face and drives this quite sweetly, but straight to a wideish mid-on. And there will be no run. 353 is what England trail by. Colin, are we keeping those pawn bots under control now? We've given you the magic spanner.
Yeah, we all seem to attack them very, very quickly.
What?
You really shouldn't talk about magic spanner and pawn bots in the same sentence.
Possibly.
Wait till I manage to convince Bear to put some
in comes
good
Henry.
bots on our
The 2
side.
slips go down, and this one is left by Root, who has almost stealth-like has found his way to 35 from 45 deliveries. We've all been watching the other end, wondering what Lees and what Pope is going to do. Joe Root just goes about things so calmly, doesn't he, Colin?
Yeah, that's the Root altogether. It's just right, I'm just going to nibble away. I'm going to get my little drops to vacant third man and just take my 1s and 2s.
In comes Henry, driven by Root, driven magnificently past the man at mid-off. It's a gorgeous off-drive. It's 4 runs worth of an off-drive, and it was a beautiful thing to behold.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that was gorgeous, Messi, wasn't it?
I love watching Joe Root bat when he's like this. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? It's what you pay to go to the cricket for, except I don't go to the cricket, but you know what I mean.
I'm drinking a Caribbean tea. It's nutmeg, cinnamon, and something else. Whether it came in our
sounds awful.
It's actually. Well, I thought that with the first couple of sips. It's growing on me. Anyway, some social media message.
Mog, in relation to the IPL broadcast bid, says, maybe we should put in a bid and see if you can hear them laughing all the way from India. And after lunch, she said, Tony's doing a lot of talking to himself. Jay says, Tony, nay, bother lad, you're a titan. I'm not going to repeat what I said yesterday about the Rob Andrew interview, but my point still stands. I don't like public schools very much.
Well, Trent Bolt is in. He's into Pope, who whips him sweetly off his toes. They should come back for 3. They're going to get 4 for it away through mid-wicket.
That was a fine shot.
A lot of running for a ball that always looked like it would probably win its race to the boundary, but it's 4 of the finest.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
The swing actually rather helped Ollie Pope there, didn't it?
Just what I was thinking. For a man that doesn't move his feet, that is the bread and butter wheelhouse where he wants it. So unless he's planning on setting him up with a straight one that's going across him, then he could leak a lot of runs here.
Yeah, it did swing in, but comfortable pace, and Ollie Pope just waited for it, guided it, and 4 quite elegant looking runs it was. We're in the 56th over of this innings now. Trent Bolt is bowling it. I'll jingle him up at some point. This one's worked off his thigh this time by His Eminence. Steers it down to fine leg. We'll get a single here, I hope. Where has he gone, is the bowler? Oh, here he is.
How does he speak, or play the horn, or clean his teeth, or even yawn? How does he shout
does he call? Trent Bolt's mouth is really small.
Of course, what that also means is Ollie Pope is in the 90s. He's in the nervous 90s.
One hit away.
One hit away, just a hit away, to paraphrase the Rolling Stones. Full to Root this time by Bolt, and that's driven. Doesn't really get all of that through mid-off. 3 fielders converge. Kyle Jameson is the one who finally does the fielding duty. Throw comes in, Root gets 2. He moves on to 41. 211 for 2. England, and they'll be happy enough with that, Colin, won't they?
Yeah, well, after seeing the big score of 500 odd, it's a weird one. They'd snap your hand off at any point getting above 200, but with a 550, I'm kind of thinking, well, need his pair to stay on for a good ton.
In comes Bolt, left arm around, left by Root, through to Blundell. There is no run. Highest score for Ollie Pope thus far in his Test career was 135. As England did make a big score, they're 499, I think, for 9 declared in Port Elizabeth in 2020. England won that one by an innings and 53. I think Stokes made a big score that day, didn't he? Make 120 odd or something. As in comes Bolt, left by Root, no run.
Well, the good sign is that this is, compared to that test, this is pressure runs that Pope are having to put on. When they're under fire, when they need to make these runs and he's actually delivering. It's a bit different when you've got other people who have already made some significant runs.
Well, Messi and Forthier and I were having a conversation about, I'll just hold the thought as we wait for Bolt, and 2 slips go down and it's quite wide of the off stump, and Root quite rightly flexes his knees but makes no attempt to play a shot to a very wide ball. 211 for 2. Yeah, we were chatting before the start of play about a different challenge to the positive mindset. You've still got to play positively, you've still got to look at your runs, but equally you're in a slightly different position than you were when you're chasing runs to win. You're now chasing runs to make sure you don't lose. Slightly different situation. Messers.
So the Catman of Essex, Nestlers, comes in with a couple of late bids for good early films. The Seventh Seal and Paths of Glory, which Mog very magnanimously says, funnily enough, I don't disagree. I don't actually mind that one. And Jay says, God damn it, Tony, Colin's magic spanner just has given me the fear.
Henry in. And he's pushed into the onside, whereas a very short mid-wicket does the fielding. So Ollie Pope is on 94. Root on 41. 211 for 2. And thus far, Colin's magic spanner has been doing its job.
Well, you think that's bad? I used to do moderation for a channel called Eurogamer for a while, and that was over 2,000 people watching at a time.
Do we not have that? I'm sure we do. As this one is driven straight towards cover, though, by His Eminence the Pope, Bracewell Fields, and there is no running. A decent debut for Bracewell. Would have loved to have gone on and got his 50, didn't quite get there, but nonetheless he looked very tidy when he's going about his work. He's been lively in the field, and I would imagine he's quite enjoying this. And New Zealand would still consider themselves to be on top, but they would very much want that 3rd wicket to fall. As in comes Henry, bit inside edgy by Pope, gets away with it, kind of an inside edge onto his pad and then away towards point, but not one that Ollie Pope would have felt he was in control of.
I think the significant difference between the two sides will be the second ball. England didn't really do anything with the second new ball, and that'll be the game changer here, dependent.
Well, that's a good point. That's a very good point. I mean, we are halfway through the 57th over, so it's 25 away, is it? 6, 7, yeah, 25, is my maths right? Near enough.
Yeah.
23.
23, thank you. This one's down into the ground, wide of 3rd slip. One bounce, up and over, and it's going to bring His Eminence 4 more. He'll move on to 98. Exciting stuff. I think with Matt Henry's pace, Colin, you just need to be bowling slightly fuller and a little straighter as soon as you offer a bit of width. that's what'll happen.
Yeah, no. I think to every other batsman, definitely. But
In he comes. Pope drops the bat. He's going to take a quick single. He might be able to come back for 2. They're going to have to hurry. They do. It was all a bit yes, no after you, Claude, but he's done it. He's got to his 100. His helmet is off. His bat is raised. His hair is spiked or sweaty. He's getting a hug from the former England captain and his partner in the middle, Joe Root. And Ollie Pope, can he cut it at number 3? No is what we were mainly saying. He's had his luck this time around, but he has on this occasion made it to his 100.
Fine man.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90.
And we resume with a ball wide of off stump, and the Centurion, Ollie Pope, decides to leave it well alone. So at the end of the over, 217 for 2. Pope has 100, Route 41, and we'll go to Messers.
Okay, Mog's being stroppy. He's telling Leah that none of her 7 nominees make it to best movies for him. Ravi Nair says, Tony, the word you were groping for was hamper, probably from Windrush Bay, yes?
Hamper, yes, it was. That's exactly what I was looking for. Hamper.
He knows you well. Yeah. David Sump says, you can see how Rob Andrew got the job. He spoke at great length without saying anything at all.
I don't entirely agree with that, and I've met him subsequently because I had quite a long chat with him when Middlesex were down at Sussex a few weeks ago, and we had quite a long chat there. He struck me as a sharp operator.
Gorillas to criticise people for saying things without saying anything at all is probably a little hypocritical.
I mean,
you're starting a song there.
I think he's actually refreshingly honest. He knows he's got a big job to sort of turn things around a little bit, and I think he's tormented, I think was the word I used, by just the scale of the challenge of balancing one audience for red ball and one audience for white ball, particularly T20, whilst also being cut off at the knees by the ECB. Bolt into the attack. Root back foot just drops the ball to his toes, and there is no run. 83 miles an hour.
It is quite a thankless task.
Yeah, no, tormented's the wrong word as well. I'm struggling with my words this morning. It's because I've got all this technology to worry about. It takes it removes my eloquence and replaces it with stumble-bummy nonsense. Frustration rather than tormented. It was the issue, I think, and it isn't an easy job for any county CEO as we wait for Bolt around the wicket, as this one is dabbed towards gully. They take a quick single, and the Bears not how I keep getting.
Is that the bot killing going on in the background?
No, on the jingle computer there's these weird things about somebody, or I'll eat you like a casserole. It looks like somebody's playing games. I don't know why they're appearing on this thing.
I bet it's to do with Bear's son.
Well, I've got a feeling I'll hold that thought as Bolt is in and this one's left. It's taken by blunder. Well, I thought, but the Bear should be. For Christ's sake! What?
I love it.
Well, the Bear.
You used that word technology, Tony, and something reacted. You know.
Well, I think who have we got this time? Daddy. Oh, I don't know. That's from somebody called Oscar. Bear, if you're listening, matey, please. I'm being bombarded by bollocks. As this one is driven sweetly through extra cover by Joe Root. Oh, that was classic Joe Root. It was a beautiful 4 runs.
Oh, dear.
Colin, could you please lend Tony your spanner?
Well, you're somewhere in Scotland, aren't you? Have to be a fuck of a long spanner to sort me out in Sydenham, if you'll pardon the expression. But nonetheless, as Bolt is in, pulled by Root this time, down to backward square. There is a man down there, and it will just be a single. It will move Root onto 46, and the Centurion, Ollie Pope, who's exactly on 100, will face the last ball of this Trent Bolt over. It's double Nelsons. My first commentary stint, England hit Nelsons. My second one, they've hit double Nelsons. 2:22.42. It's the perfect Benno score. But not for long. Oh no, maybe, because that's pulled by Pope. Is a little bit uppish. You heard either a ghost had entered the room, or it was Colin going.
Just as how he arced his back there, I was thinking he's hot that straight to.
It was. Anyway, it's the end of the over. It's still 2:22.42, and it's going to be misses.
Blangler rant from Farong. He says, I've been tweeting about the dangers of the BCCI and their obsession with the IPL and white ball cricket. Vitality Brass seems to be working okay, but no, the ECB wants more and created a clown fest called the 100. Back to my cup of lemon and ginger tea.
Oh, yeah, you're having a lemon and ginger, and I'm having cardamom, nutmeg, and whatever the third thing was. But it's growing on me. It's actually really quite nice now.
And I'm having a green tea. It's gone very left over.
Oh, we are. It's all a bit Islington, isn't it?
Oh, well, I'm going to have a beer in a minute.
In comes Henry.
The wonderful Brian.
Worked beautifully off his legs by Root. Is there a man down there? No, there's not. It's all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that is the 54th Test 50 for Joe Root in 119 matches, which is
and it was a
quite
beauty.
Spectacular. So let's
What
just
is New Zealand's
celebrate
plan
that.
here?
Hang on a second. Let me just.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos.
He doesn't get much of a celebration because Henry's quickly about his work. Left by Root, no run. Colin, you were about to say something there.
What is New Zealand's plan here? I can't honestly see what they're trying to do.
I think that's a little bit harsh. I mean, they definitely had a plan to Lees, which involved attacking him just outside of off stump and having a quite sort of deep set ring of three, because they really thought a fat edge was never far away, and proved to be the case in the end as Henry in. Root drops the bat. Sharp single taken between the two of them. Ollie Pope puts in a real dive at the end. Because he wasn't looking over his shoulder, he thought he'd better do it. I don't think the ball was ever released, but it did enough to worry him. 2:27 England move on to, so the double Nelsons has come and gone. Yeah, do they have a plan? Messers, what do you, I think it's just a frustrating time at the moment. Don't forget, in the first innings, or in the New Zealand innings, I'll just hold that thought, Henry in. Nicely dabbed into the offside, but straight to points. No run by Ollie Pope. I mean, every single wicket that fell in the first innings of New Zealand's was caught. There wasn't an LBW, there wasn't a bowled. The ball, even despite the rain, the ball whistles across that Trent Bridge surface. I think it is just a very good batting track.
It is. Yeah, I think line and length consistently is the only
Henry
choice
in.
they have, really.
There was a plan there, because he really dug that one in, and his eminence just ducked out the way. In fact, he's not so tall, is he, Ollie Pope? He probably didn't have to duck that much. It was over his head. Not taken particularly cleanly by Blundell either. We keep seeing.
Okay,
shots of
very
Neil
good
Wagner.
prompt for a tweet from Leah, which I think is a repeat from previously. She says, the Pope is addressed as Your Holiness, Tony. Your eminence is for cardinals and similar
You
clips.
have told me that before, Leah, as my other half frequently tells me I just don't listen. And this one is steered down to long leg. A rather angry Trent Bolt fields and throws that in. I think he's feeling that things aren't going the way they should. But it's the end of the over, and we'll hand you over to Messrs.
We have Ticklish Amos. Interesting. First time listener, first time tweeter. Why does your video title on YouTube say Day 2? Because we didn't get to change that bit. It says
because
Day 3
the bear
somewhere
told me
else,
he
but
had done it.
He's done it on the header, but not underneath the picture.
Oh, well, he's in at 2. You can tell him I'm not going to try it.
Yeah. Warren says Pope seals his place, but is it really at 3? And the Bears' cubs are out of hibernation. Yeah, so watch out, Tony.
Well, it's all gone quiet on that front, I'm glad to say. I'm no longer getting those weird and bizarre messages that pop up on the jingle cart.
Oh, that's good. And Jay says, far be it from me to be the voice of moderation, but I thought Andrew spoke very well with what is a fairly shitty brief.
As in comes hang on, what? As in comes balls pushed into
Sorry, I just heard someone had shitty briefs. Is that
shitty briefs? Oh, there was no run, by the way.
Don't take it personally.
Well,
that's why.
I think as the man who asked him all the questions, I think I maybe do take that a tad personally. Yes. But there we go. Ollie Pope, let's have a look at his scoring. He's probably favours the leg side more, Colin, when you look at that wagon wheel.
ever so slightly? It looks like the right hand side is mainly his first 50 runs, and the left hand side is him getting a bit more adventurous.
That's well, and I think that's very observant and spot on. 229 for 2. 324 is the gap that is now being chased. Bolt is coming around the wicket to Root, who dabs it towards Gully. There is no run.
They've sort of taken up a one-day fielding as well now.
Yeah, what you mean? Just trying to. So this, in a way, is quite interesting because isn't this effectively the bowling dry that England have eschewed and said, you know, we'd rather go for 400 trying to get them out than 300 and it taking 2.5 days.
I don't see it as quite as dry as, you know, they're not that wide. They're still looking for an edge.
Dabs it to, I think that's Jameson, isn't it, operating at the solitary slip. No, it's Southey.
They've got
They've got two slips.
No, it looks like they've got one slip and one sort of roundish gully just to cut off that third man dab that he does.
That is true. That is absolutely true. Oh, the handcuffs are out.
Here we go.
We go at the risk of awakening the porn bot again.
Well, speaking of that, Mog's got a theory. He says your computer might be haunted by the ghosts of vanquished porn bots.
It could be. It could be. Well, I can tell you that the ball doesn't seem to be going through the handcuffs, and it means that the man with the suitcase will jog on. My favourite, I can't remember the lady's name.
It just went through and he pretended it didn't. I saw that.
Yeah, he forced it through.
Well, he did force it through. I mean, he really pushed it through. Southey and Root seem to be having a good old chuckle and thoroughly enjoying themselves. But there will be yet another replacement ball.
Matt Zerl says, getting bombarded by bollocks. Where's the porn bot when you need him? Well, and speaking of which, the porn bot comes in and says, holy man teabagged in front of your eyes. Click here. Things you expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket. Number 3, I'm going to have a beer in a minute. So that's from Farong. Well, Jay says, I read a very good book about the history of the index the other day, but I lost my rag because he used the phrase, there's a lot to unpack here. After that innuendo fest, I sympathise. I can't begin to unpack the last 5 minutes of filth.
5 minutes of filth. Joe Root, 11 and
It's only where you see it.
51, of course, here at Trent Bridge, and he's still going. Pope is still going. He's on a 102. England on 229 for 2. And in my job as producer, head of technology and commentator, as well as broom up Jaxie, sweeper of floor, I'm having a quick look to see who is on next. It's going to be 40. You're saying on Colin and Jacob.
Is there something in your contract requiring you to say broom up Jaxie?
I don't know, as this one is short. And Root happy to leave that. I think the Southey Root conversation might have been something around a couple of moments of slightly yes-no running between Pope and Root. It's Bolt who is bowling. He's got a big smile on his face, although in Bolt's case it's slightly harder to tell. But he does, it seems, to be chuckling as well. 229 for 2. 2 balls left of this Bolt over. 1 for 56 for him so far. He's bowling to Joe Root, who's onto the back foot. Steers to backward point. No run. Yeah, it was interesting watching the ball going through the handcuffs there, wasn't it? I think it was umpire Goff, and he tried it every which way, and in the end he sort of thumped it through. But I don't think you're allowed to do that. It has to sort of work its way through naturally, doesn't it, rather than with
Unneeded,
a bit of artificial help. Yeah. Bolt, last ball of his over. Just that one slip, and steered into the offside. No run. You're right, Colin, about the field. There is a first slip and sort of a wideish fourth slip, a gully and a backward point. So they are looking to try and those angled drives that Root favours. But anyway, we'll pass over to Messers. We'll have one more over of this crew, and then we will have that little change.
Josie Oakes getting all nostalgic. He said, an entire guerrilla cricket team drinking herbal teas. I miss the alcohol-fueled, sweary bollocks of the old days.
If I was to drink whilst also trying to manage all the bank of laptops, I swear to God, I'd start World War III accidentally. I mean, it would be an absolute disaster. Or we'd just disappear off air. It would be horrible. 60 overs complete, 229 for 2.
If that happened, I wonder how long we would go before we would actually find out that we were just broadcasting to nothing.
Oh, that's never stopped us in the past.
It's happened before. But not my fault on those occasions.
We're just doing it with each other for fun, man.
Matt Henry.
If somebody else is there, so much the better.
Matt Henry's in, left by Pope, who's now on 102. Through to Blundell it goes. No run, 229 for 2.
A little interesting observation that the fielding changes. Root with these one-day field, so they seem a lot less confident than they do with Pope, who's got 100 already.
Yeah.
Well, he obviously, in passing his highest, or getting towards his highest test score, he's long past Pope. I'll just hold that thought as Henry is in. Waited for, cut beautifully by His Holiness. That has gone to backward point for one of these, and it was delightful.
Hi!
106. Oh, that was gorgeous. That was Ollie Pope in a county game against Glamorgan, his beloved oval, where he does score a big chunk of his runs.
Has Martin bowled at all?
Has who bowled? No.
Darren Martin.
No.
I think it's crying out for him. This is when Colin de Gramholm.
You mean Mitchell?
Likely be on. Mitchell, no. Martin.
I was going to say, I mean, I know there's a slight accent allegedly there, but
I had something else in my head there. But this
you
is
were thinking Damien Martin? Who were you? He was a batsman anyway, wasn't he, Damien Martin? I don't know who you were thinking of.
I think I had a little bit of Martin Guptill stuck in my head, oddly.
A little bit, probably a couple of toes. As this one is uppishly cut over the slips. Has that gone all the way? I think it has, you know. It has. It's a lofted 6, beautifully executed by Ollie Pope. One of these. Well, he's starting to enjoy himself. Don't think he should be enjoying himself too much just yet, because there's still a long way to go.
So the last 10 overs has gone
this.
at 6.4 and over.
Yeah, as you're right. I think New Zealand are reaching a position that England were in of huge frustration, waiting for the new ball, but they'll have to make use of it when it arrives. England, quite conspicuously, did not. 314 behind they are. We should have got some... oh no, it's only halfway through this over. 239 for 2. As I say, we're having a change at the end.
Well, even now, Pope's got the one-day field.
Yes, you can. There is the gully, shortish extra cover. Short! There's a mid-wicket, and Pope ducks underneath that. 112 for him. 239 for 4. I need to also be letting a few people in, or else nothing's going to happen. Fourthie has been admitted. Jacob Jaffa, I can admit him, I didn't know Jacob was on today. Did I get something really wrong? I thought he'd said he couldn't do Sunday. Now I'm really confused.
I think he's on this afternoon.
Oh, well, all right, I'll take it all back. Maybe Sunday was the only day to do. He did. There was a few emails I'd had with Jacob which confused me. Suspect more than it confused him. But fine, if he's on the road, we'll see how we go.
I
Matt
know
Henry.
that place, Tony. I
Then
know
comes
that
Matt
place too.
Henry, worked off his hip by Ollie Pope.
Right.
Bolt comes around from fine leg to field. Pope will move on to 114. 241 for 2 the score. And Neil Wagner is in a constant... We keep seeing him. Is he expected to come on the field as substitute? I think he probably is. Not sure for who, but he's one of those busy fellows, isn't he, Wagner? He also always looks like he's in the game even when he's not actually playing it. This one is ducked under.
He's just that keen.
Oh, he's just that keen. Ducks under by Popes on 114. Well played him. It's the end of my little stint. I am going to hand over to... I've already forgotten, but I think it's going to be...
It's me, Tony.
Fourthy with Colin.
It is indeed.
It is Jacob. Fantastic.
Yes,
And Leah is the next tweet, Colin.
Leah, okay.
Very good. Thank you so much for that. Well, I'm Mr. Rather Excellent Arvar. If you were an England supporter, I had to go away for a few about 20 minutes, and suddenly it all kicked off. How are you, Jacob?
Well, I'm very well, Dorothy. But for once, I am very well. England
Yes.
241 for 2. I never thought I'd see the day again in my lifetime.
I know. It's all
still time yet.
familiar. Colin, how are you reading it?
How am I reading it? I think, as I said, the new ball will still play a big part in this. This is going to be the... If one of these two go, I could still see a chance at all falling down.
Well, I mean, try to take that note of optimism and hope out of your voice, Colin. Even England can't screw it up from it. Well, maybe they can, because, to be honest, they're only 40% into the New Zealand total, which was mammoth. In comes Kyle Jameson, the start of the 62nd over, and Joe Root imperiously strokes a defensive shot to mid-off. He has raced to 51 off 64 balls, and England on 241 for 2.
That's a change of bowling. So here he is.
And that's the story of how Kyle Jameson became a man.
And the man strides manfully to the crease, bowls his second ball, which is left, not without a little bit of discomfort from Root. It came back at him fairly sharply, in fact, but a man who's seeing the ball like this isn't going to be caught out by a ball like that. He's straight through to the keeper, no run.
That's two kiss of death I've heard from you so far.
Thanks, Colin. Look, I was accused of being unruly in my optimism yesterday, and again this morning, by almost everybody. And so far, and let's put a massive caveat on so far, I do feel I've been proved to be right. But we shall see. Long way to go, etc., etc. Jameson in again, third ball. Oh, and look, Root just comes down the wicket and does one of his lovely square cuts, as if to say, I'm just toying with you here. And he gets a single. He moves on to 52, and Pope back on strike. Thoughts, Jacob?
I think these two are playing very well. They're batting nicely together. Pope gave a couple of chances early, but he's been playing seriously well and played some really gorgeous shots. Has changed his guard sensibly back to middle stump, and it's opened up the offside for him beautifully, and we've seen some lovely drives.
And as if on cue, there's a lovely almost a Root-esque late cut, but this time from Pope, but straight to the man at, I suppose, gully. And it was observed that anyone who had a double L in the New Zealand team, Mitchell, Blundell, etc., did very well in this test match. And so it's proved with Ollie Pope, of course. It's the test match of the double L's.
Alex Lees, I mean, there's two L's in the full thing.
Well, I suppose so.
But Zach Crawley only has one L, and that's where he went wrong, really.
Therein lies the problem. Michael Bracewell got a very nice 49 on his test debut, double L there. Kane Williamson rather bucks the trend by not playing at all. Another rather maybe slightly over-aggressive late cut. It's hard to criticise a man on 114. It just goes into the ground and bounces up to first slip. No run from Ollie Pope. Well, I mean, things could hardly have gone any better for England today. Just the loss of the 1 wicket and motoring along since lunch at, well, I guess 4, maybe even 5 and over.
The last 10 overs has been going over 6.
Over 6? Okay, these are... We really just let's make the most of this, because of course it won't last being England, but it's glorious while it does. Jameson in again. Well left by Ollie Pope. That's the end of the over. England 242 for 2 at the end of the 62nd. Over to Colin for socials.
Leah saying, well, the weather is nice. This game is headed for a draw. So I might just take Netherlands to the park for a reread to plan out my multi-part exhaustive what? I don't know. Part of the cricket novel that she's reading. Couldn't actually understand the last part of it. Jay Grover, oh for fuck's sake, Tony. I don't even need to bother to insult you. They'll take offence when I have a piss. Yeah, that's so far. I'll go back to yourself.
Thank you very much.
Change of bowling, I think Saudi's coming in.
Another change of bowling. Here's Saudi.
That clattering you heard was Tony scrambling to find the jingles.
It's in there somewhere. Yep, here we go.
It's only a whimsical notion to fly with Tim Saudi tonight. I probably won't fly with Tim Saudi. Then again, I'll just be mine.
Like to paint a picture for our listeners of Tony Superman like diving across the studio to hit the jingle button.
An arresting image. In comes Southey for the first ball of this over, and it starts wide and goes wider. Southey, I don't know what you think, Jake, but it seems quite an old-fashioned bowler in one sense, that he's a relentless outswing bowler, and perhaps a little rare on the ground these days.
Yeah, I mean, people like Jimmy Anderson used to be in that category, but he obviously is diversified quite heavily. But Saudi's very heavy on his outswing stop ball and can pretty much get swing all the time.
Yeah, it's a rare skill. Of course, it's the late swing which really gets the top class batsman, and that's not always the case with Saudi. But hey, he's a man sitting on 300 wickets. He knows what he's doing, directing operations out there.
There was a lot of talk earlier about why he wasn't going over the wicket to Alex Lees when he was swinging it back in quite handsomely, but obviously that's not relevant anymore. Ooh.
Oh, hang on, what's happened here? There's a top edge, it's gone way up into the... two fielders, so Root's got away with that one. The keeper, Blundell, came almost all the way out to the boundary, but he's got his knees on his haunches. He's really blowing at the moment, but the first really ill-judged shot from Root, he scooped it to square leg, but very fortunately got the top edge, but it landed between deep square leg and the keeper. You can see on the replay that Root had his head sank down. He thought he was out, but perhaps if Blundell...
What's he doing trying to sweep Saudi?
Jameson didn't spot that at all. I don't know what he's doing.
I think Jameson looked like he might have pulled out because Blundell was incoming as well.
Yes, I was going to say that. I think maybe if Blundell hadn't made all that effort, so Jameson might have just taken it. In comes Saudi again. That's a trademark late cut off the face of the bat down to wide second slip from Root.
What's Root doing there? Sweeping the pace bowl. I mean, I'm all for the aggressive option, and Stokes has clearly sent him out, be aggressive, get some quick runs, and try and keep the result alive in this game, but Root can do more by getting 100 at a run a ball than he can by sweeping a pace bowler on 54 and top edging it to deep square leg.
Wise words. Southey in again. Just a modicum of away swing, nothing to trouble Root, and he gets a nice firm shot, but straight back down to the bowler. We're having a look at the replay. Blundell sprinted fully 30 or 40 yards, and if anything, he just put Jameson off, who might well have got there had he not done that.
It'd be interesting
Yeah, I think-
when Stokes and Bairstow come in if we're closer to parity by then. See how they play. Bairstow, a man fresh off the
Indeed.
IPL.
Yes, indeed. And that's basically a wide half volley, which Root treats with disdain, and a beautiful on drive for 4 more of these.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
They congratulate each other. I was wondering. Yes, it's the 100 partnership is up between 101 runs now from not very many balls. Just missed how many it was. About 150, 160, I think.
I'm on the delay on the TV, so I'll tell you in 15 seconds.
Okay, right. Very good. What a partnership this has been. From 127 balls, in fact. Oh, well. Defensively, more or less, played by Roots, down to mid-on, no run, 248 for 2 at the end of the over. Colin?
Just hop over to YouTube. Dean McQuillan, back to listening, but will probably fall asleep soon. It's understandable, given that he's in New Zealand. Jeff G. Thomas, back in the day, if a day ended in a Nelson, did umpire David Shepherd hop from the field?
I think he did.
Tony responds to Shitty Briefs with, there was no run there. Yeah, and that's all from YouTube.
We are up to date. Very good. Well, I think make the most of it, English supporters. We won't always have a flat track at Trent Bridge in the middle of the third afternoon. England 248 for 2, 1 man on 100, 1 man on 50. So just make the most of it while it's there. Carl Jameson in again. Reasonably well defended by Pope. He looks a little uncertain. He just came off the face of his bat down to that wide second slip. No run. Well, look, I'll eat my words on Pope as well. I thought he was too. I thought he was overly aggressive for a Test match number 3 position last night with such a big total. But I eat my words and happy to do so.
Well, he was frenetic this kind of last 6 months, starting in India. Really, a cat on a hot tin roof was used in reference to him.
And there's still a bit of that. Let's be fair. He won't always come off, and he won't always have this flatter pitch. When he does get going, he's a real joy to behold. He's like a Ian Bell reincarnated, but a more vigorous version thereof. It's like Tim Southey's coming. No, Trent Bolt rather is. He's either just coming back on, or he's just going off. One or the other. I couldn't quite tell there. My apologies.
Must admit, Ian Bell was probably the best cricketer to watch, I thought, for England.
He was aesthetically superb, was he not? Yes. Carl Jameson in, a tempter outside off stump, which Pope is absolutely equal to, and creams it through the covers for 4 more of these. Beautiful shot. He moves on to 118 off 178. It's worth pointing out there's been a great paucity of hundreds from England's number 3. There's only been 6 in the last 6 years, in fact. So they don't come along very often. Two of those were from Joe Root. The others were Zach Crawley's 267, and Johnny Bairstow's got 110, but that was 4 years ago. So
that's mad.
Yeah, I know, it's a rarity indeed. Jameson in again. That wide second slip is getting quite a working over as Pope knocks it down to him. Is that? I'm not sure if that's Daryl Mitchell at the wide second slip, or is it? I think yes. I think it's Daryl Mitchell. Right, strike rates for Ollie Pope. First session 69. Session this morning 42. Since lunch, he's going at a strike rate of 117, 34 runs off 29 balls. Jameson in again, and to show he's got all the shots, he closes the face of the bat and just knocks that one down to square leg and picks up a single. Latham clapping furiously to try and keep spirits up in the field. What could Latham do here, did you reckon, Jacob? Anything could conjure up?
Well, I think when you've got Pope set and Root, unless he plays more silly shots, Root's been kind of in the mood to score runs recently, so you've just got to try and keep it tight and hope that eventually one of them either plays a silly shot or just feathers an edge, and then you can start to attack a lot more.
Very sensible. That one again, the wide second slip, or really the kind of fourth slip, effectively, just no second and third. Gets a working over again, but no run. Root crossed with himself. He thought the run was there to be had. 253 for 2 at the end of the 64th. Any updates from the social media sphere, Colin?
O'Neill Harris on Twitter. Hello, Gorillas. And then he goes to say, Pope only bats at 5, they said. Pope can't bat at 3, they said. Put him on a flat wicket. He can bat anywhere. Rajesh Mohan. This batting display is all very well and good, but it is rather proving a distraction from Nicholas Puran's miraculous bowling exploits in Multan. He has taken top 4 wickets of Pakistan in his maiden attempt. I must admit, I haven't paid attention to any of the Pakistan-West Indies game.
No, I'm afraid that one has slightly slipped under my radar as well. No doubt someone somewhere will have done. You can update us on what's happening there.
I'll maybe look at it and give you an update at the end of the over.
Thanks very much, Colin. Southey in again, starts the 65th over, the start of his 18th over. Let go by Pope, no run. This will be one other advantage for England, which would be A, the bowlers can put their feet up for a day and a half or 2 days even. Well, maybe a little optimistic. And it'll put a lot of miles on Southey and Bolt, who are now spring chickens for the 3rd test in addition.
Well, on that, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a little bit of Michael Bracewell yet, who apparently can give the ball a rip. He is more of a batting all-rounder, but just to take the pressure off the seamers.
Yes, quite right. That one, a classic Southey delivery, which starts wide and goes wider and is left well alone by Ollie Pope. Yes, Kane Williamson got quite a lot of criticism for his handling of the spinner in the last test. How do you rate Tom Latham's handling of his bowling attack here, Jacob? Any thoughts?
I think he's been rotating them well. I think you just need to take some pressure off the main guys. So maybe a bit of Daryl Mitchell, obviously without Colin de Grandon. New Zealand always handle their spinner almost as badly as England do.
That's true. Very true, very true. Southey, by way of variation, goes wide on the crease, but the effect is essentially the same. By a ball that goes wider, left well alone by Pope. And I don't know, Colin or Jacob, do you sense this is the beginning of a new strategy, literally to bowl dry? They're going wider and wider here.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, the problem with introducing the spinner at the moment is that Root is arguably England's best player of spin in history. And Pope is set, Stokes is in a wicket's time.
Okay, the wider ball, but a fuller wider ball. Pope rather chases it, maybe a touch fortunate, but he's on 119 and steers it without too much alarm down to the man at wide 3rd man for a single. He moves on to 120.
I'd like to see some spin maybe to Stokes early. Well, I wouldn't like to see it, but I think it'd be good for New Zealand to put some spin early to Stokes, because he likes to go after the spin, and before he's set, it could just offer up an opportunity.
Yeah, I think that sounds very wise. In comes Southey again. Puffing away, and Root just imperiously comes 2 steps down the wicket and smashes it through the covers for 4 more of these.
Oh baby.
That shot should definitely get everyone standing up clapping. That was beautiful.
I have to say that we did think Root had his sort of annus mirabilis last year, and usually when a batsman has one of those, they can't always go back to back because they're not supermen. But Root's absolutely picking up so far this year where he left off last year.
Well, isn't it amazing that he had he's now got 26 Test hundreds. He had 17 at the start of last year.
It's absolutely phenomenal, to be honest. Southey in again, met with the broad face of Root's bat, and that's the end of the 65th over. And Root remains on 62, England 258 for 2.
So on the Pakistan-West Indies game, so Pakistan are batting first, 33 overs into their 50 at 155 for 5. Fakhar Zaman going for a 35, Iman Ul-Haq going for 62, Babar Azam going for 1, oddly. Mohammed Rizwan for 11 and Mohammed Harris out for a duck. And as pointed out, Nick Puran for his 10 overs has bowled 4 wickets for 48 runs.
Okay.
What does he even bowl, Nicholas Puran?
Very good.
Very well. In what form?
Jameson. Yeah, right arm, excellent. Jameson back in for the start of his 14th over. And that one just strays onto middle and leg and is flicked superbly well by Pope right off the middle. They come through for 2 because there's a couple of sweepers back now. He moves on to 122. The score to 260 for 2.
This is even more of the odd thing. It says he's a right arm off break.
Oh, blimey.
Right, okay, right. Well, good on him.
I have a route to tap in a moment for after this ball.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that one. In comes Jameson once more. The ground shudders as he comes in. Although it's an in-swing, has started late enough for Pope to be able to leave it. There is no run. What is your stat, Jacob?
I don't know if it's been mentioned before, but this is now Root's 80th score in excess of 50 for England. Only Alistair Cook on 90 scores in excess of 50 is ahead of him.
And I don't think there's anybody who can conceive that he won't overtake him within the next, well, certainly this year, I would think, but maybe certainly sometime next year. What a player he is. Pope settles over his bat, tries to remember to concentrate. Plays a little wide of his body, but all is fine defensively down to mid-on. There is no run. Such a flat track, to be absolutely fair and honest, that it's very hard to see anything other than a draw unless England manage to really go out of their way to throw this one away. And nothing is impossible in the game of cricket, as we know.
Was Root the original kind of product of the England Performance Centre?
I will get back to that in one moment. Jameson into Root, Pope rather, who just defends it out into the covers. I'm afraid I don't know. Jacob, do you know the answer to that question?
I don't know.
No. I'm pretty sure. My guess would be no, but because I think he just came up through the Yorkshire ranks. But I'm sure someone somewhere can put us right.
To my knowledge, Root is the product of endless hours at the age of about 14, just playing, sort of Sachin Tendulkar, like playing a game and then sticking in the net for 2 hours and just practice.
The Steve Smith approach as well, to be honest. Kyle Jameson in, and a slightly false shot there from Pope. He got a thick leading edge, if I can put it that way, straight out into the covers. It was a false shot, but no alarms as such.
He looked over at mid-wicket for the ball.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a fantastic Tendulkar story from his days as a schoolboy cricketer of playing in a youth tournament, taking his team to the final, and in between scoring hundreds and double hundreds in this tournament, going to bat in the nets for 3 hours.
Oh gosh, amazing stuff. That one was wide. Pope rather chased it. He would have absolutely kicked himself. He'd have got a little feather through on that. The sort of thing Jacob was talking about. The score remains on 260 for 2 at the end of the 66th. Back over to Colin.
Do you know where Sachin Tendulkar played as a youth? I think he was 16, 17 years old.
Well, I know he grew up in Mumbai, didn't he?
He came over to Scotland to play in Aberdeen.
Did he?
Yeah, he played in Aberdeenshire for Aberdeenshire.
I bet he was cold.
I was going to say, must have worn 3 sweaters.
Back into Twitter, we've got Warren Davies saying, "Can Ian Bell be reincarnated if he isn't dead?"
Well, we like all the philosophical questions on guerrilla cricket.
Message as Puran's first ever ODI wickets in his 43rd game.
Well, that's a long time standing at the bus stop. This one's finally come along for him. Good on him.
Well, he hasn't even been standing at the bus stop. He hasn't been bowling, has he?
I think I might have missed the ball there. It says 18.1 on my screen against Saudi, so I'm not... Sorry, listeners, not quite...
he just defended it.
Okay, thank you very much. Second ball of the over. Again, defended this time down to... I've got two staggered slips. One, the first slip standing where second slip would normally, and the second slip standing where fourth slip would normally. And normally you say, well, you're just guessing. But to be fair to them, they seem to have worked out this shot that's being played off the face of both batsmen's bats, and they are indeed going to second and fourth slip where men are stationed at the moment. So someone's done their homework. Southey at the top of his mark, turns, comes in like the true professional he is, little wider of the crease, and Root just executes beautifully correct MCC textbook defensive shot, which goes deep enough through into the covers to pick up a single and rotate the strike. He moves to 63, the score to 261 for 2. Have you been playing cricket so far this summer, Jacob?
No, I've not. Finchley Cricket Club, I kind of applied to join them, and they just haven't really got back to me and haven't told me when any of the nets are or anything, so I don't know what's going on.
I've taken the season off after my knee op.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, we'll just get onto that in a moment. That ball is let go by Pope through the keeper, no run. What was the nature of the knee op? ACL, cartilage, Colin?
No, I had to have part of the bone on my leg worked on, so they had to detach a tendon and then reattach. So
that's unpleasant sounding. I mean, I guess humans are only recently bipeds, and the knees are the weakest link in terms of joints. I'll leave you with that thought. Southey turns round for the fifth ball of the over. Stunned silence. And hits off quite nicely down to wide of the man at mid-on and picks up a single. He moves to 123. Tony looks like he's got something to say.
Well, I was about to say, especially Mushraf Mortazar. According to our jingle, all his knees are fucked.
It's just a little too deeply philosophical for us all, 40. We all kind of considered our mortality for a moment.
I wasn't sure if he was inferring that I need to actually go on all fours from now on.
There's no need to read between the lines. I was just referring to human evolution from millions of years ago. In comes Southey again for the last ball of the over. Wide, but Root goes out to meet it and just smacks it down to the man at wide third man. Picks up a single, keeps the strike, moves to 64. England 263 for 2 at the end of the 67th over.
One more over for this team, and then we'll change at the end of this next one. Oh no, hang on.
There's a drinks break.
There's a drinks break, so maybe do the change now.
Yeah, let's do the change now. Okay.
Well, I will stay on. Thank you, 40.
Very nice comment. Thanks, Colin. Thanks, Jacob.
Thanks, Colin, as well.
YY Palm is the next tweet.
Okay, I just can't stop thinking of how all your knees are fucked, to be honest.
And you may have heard I'm
that sounds like
joined
your
by
spare knees as well. Yeah.
joined by Messi Jez and Al Hotchkiss. Hello, guys.
Not too bad.
Hi, Jacob. I've got to say, Jacob, your experience in terms of not being contacted by the cricket club sounds suspiciously like my childhood experience when my application got lost.
No, my application was successful, and then they just didn't tell me when or where the nets were. But
all highly suspect.
I suspect that maybe I'm just not good enough.
I mean, you remember, but you don't want to play, do you?
No. They haven't asked me for membership either yet, so that's good. So
well, I was going to say money needs to be involved somewhere, or an offer to do the scoring. Oh dear. So, Colin, I'm sorry, I wasn't concentrating when you told me where we were up to, but I'll go to. Certainly we've dealt with Nicholas Poran. Josie Oak saying this is a bit boring. He's going to watch the India versus South Australia T20 and listen to us. And Matt Searle with a brief mention of the Pakistan series, and this may have already been covered. Today is Javed Miandad's birthday, the only batter with over 100 innings who never dropped below 50 average, which is pretty fucking remarkable when you think about it.
I may be mistaken, Jez, or I may have not got a joke, but I think India are playing South Africa and not South Australia, aren't they?
Did I say South Australia?
You may have done.
It's a problem with living in Australia. SA is the shortened version of South Australia, so I often do that, I'm afraid. Thank you for picking it up.
No problem.
Jacob, have you not heard about the secession?
I thought that was a bit of an interesting one. I didn't know that South Australia were now in the international arena.
Yeah, they've managed to get all the Liberals together, both of them, and they've seceded now.
Based on New South Wales's Shield team, they probably could secede, and the Australian team wouldn't be too different. You know, they might just play the Australian team.
I was watching have you been catching up with all of this stuff that's been going on with golf and the Live Tour and things like that?
I could not give less of a damn about golf, I'm afraid, Hal.
Well, there's a golfer called Patrick Reed who's decided he wants Saudi Arabian money. But apparently he's so unpopular on the PGA Tour that no one really minds.
The money in sport is just got to such a level now that I have a feeling something's going to prick the bubble and it's going to burst in a very unpleasant way somewhere.
Well, the bit that's been kind of highlighted by the stuff with the golf. So the winner of the first tournament is a fella called I think it was Charles Schwartzel, and he won $4.25 million, which is as much money for winning one tournament as he's won in the last 4 years. Let me just check it with Schwartzel. Now the thing is that in the press conference afterwards, he turned around and said that he hadn't really thought about where the money was coming from, and this becomes the bit that becomes now. Like, that's the bit that kind of becomes unacceptable. If you want to go and get the money, go and get the money. So yeah, Schwartzel was the guy who won the original tournament. But please don't make out like, you know, you're ceding some sort of moral high. Well, you know, I'm not a politician, so I don't really care where the money comes from, so long as somebody pays me. That's the bit. I think that's going to be the new modern standard now about things.
Well,
it's an interesting question.
Breakout. But I do agree with you, Messages. I think that the bubble will burst and it will be pricked, but I think the question is who will be that prick?
I can think of plenty who qualify. I'm just opening a beer sent to me by Brian 001, by the way. Cheers, Brian.
As Jameson lumbers in towards Root, who's on 64, who defends stoutly and solidly towards the non-striker's end. Root 64 from 80. Pope with his second Test century, beautifully made, 123 from 192. Been playing well, eh, Al?
Certainly has been. What I found interesting with Root is that every once in a while, what he'll do is in order to change his angles and perception of the field, like he'll come down the track, maybe even to Jameson and Southey and all of them. It's just really quite a clever use of your feet.
As Root drives, well, that's just classical and beautiful, but unfortunately, from an England perspective, there's a sweeper coming round, so he should just get two. He will get two. Both Root and Pope are quick between the wickets. He moves to 66. It was a too nice a shot to only go for two.
Well, yeah.
Straight out the middle of the bat. It's gone like a rocket, and Devon Conway is unfortunately very quick too, and he's come round from deep point, and cut that off before it can rocket away to the boundary. But beautiful shot from Root, in good touch. As that one, it looks like he's climbed on him a little bit. He's managed to play it backward of square through the slip region, classical Root shot, and it will go for one of these.
I don't think we can put that in the classical Root shot category. I think he was surprised by that one. I think he's done very well to guide it down, but certainly an interesting ball that may well reassert Jameson's interest in the contest.
As Root on 70 faces up again, and that short is pulled hard. There should be a man out there. There is, and I think Root, will they get through for two? No, they won't. Just the one. Root for 71. You're right though, Al. That did, Jameson's a tall man, and he does get extra bounce, but that seemed to raise on Root, and he did the trademark This ball has bounced more than I expect, head snapping back. Ooh. And just managed to guide it down through the slips off the full face of the bat very nicely. As in comes Jameson to the Centurion. Pope, who that's short and wide and cut backward of square, but again that sweeper, that scout on the deep point boundary, Devon Conway will come round and just keep that to a single. Nicely played by Pope.
Some interesting field placings. That it's not just man on the boundary, but even though both batsmen are well set, Latham's doing well to kind of not let it become a deluge of runs at this stage.
Well, you say that, the scoring rate's pretty good.
As in comes Jameson, the Root, who leans back and cuts that one past, this time the right-hand side of that second slip. But again, the deep point will get round, and Root will nick the strike with the single. That's the end of the 68th over. Messages, anything on social?
There is. They're going 5-0, which isn't too bad, Al. Leah says, fun fact about reincarnation, the percentage of American evangelical Christians that profess a belief in reincarnation boggles the mind. Pornbot says, yeah, non-Puritan on social. No offence to me. Matt Searle says, a golf mention, time for the somewhat surreal gorilla golf jingle. It is a bit surreal, it's weird. Mark says, Ray Patrick Reed leaving the PGA to join LIV. He retweets, weirdly, I'm starting to see some positives in this LIV golf. Some people are glad to get rid of him. Yeah.
Jacob.
My wish has come true. Or my prediction has been proved right, whichever you want to call it. Michael Bracewell is on, the right arm off break all-rounder. Do we have a shoot? I assume
we do.
Yes, we do, and here it comes.
Even if Michael Bracewell sturdily keeps wicket, knowing how the Kiwis pick teams, he'll be just one of 5.
Well, I was going to say his one-day average, according to the stats that have just flashed up, is 27 wickets at 47 a pop. So look out in the first couple of rows in the grandstand.
As Root, not to build him up too much, but arguably England's greatest player in spin, certainly the one with the highest subcontinent average, is back to Bracewell, who's bowling an attacking line, and even maybe he's got a bit of turn there. His reputation is that he is a batting all-rounder who can give the ball a bit of a rip and get some turn, but I don't think he's in the side for his control, so this could get interesting as Root works that onto the leg side towards mid-on, who is deep, and there will just be a single.
Okay. Jacob, to get your thinking cap on, you talked about Root being England's best ever player of spin.
Arguably, I say.
Who held the crown before Joe Root?
Well, Graham Thorpe was meant to be quite a good player of spin, wasn't he? I'll have a think. As Pope, who has had his troubles against spin, goes onto the back foot and knocks that into towards the slip, just that cut into the floor. Obviously, Pope's troubles against spin were Ashwin in Chennai, not Bracewell in Nottingham.
Yeah, that's a slightly different test, isn't it? Yeah.
As Pope again plays that backward and square, this time he beats the slip. There's a man running back. They won't get through for 2 as 2 fielders converge to cut it off, and they get through for a single to bring Root back onto strike. But it's where Pope's jitters started in the subcontinent against those spinners. He was using his feet a bit too much. He struggled with Nathan Lyon in Australia. So be a good test of Pope now that he's set, see if he can play the spinner well, as Root back and punching out into the offside, just milking runs at the moment. They've set the field back for Bracewell, presumably because they know his control isn't fabulous, and they're just ticking the runs off, trying to milk him for 1s and 2s here and there. As in he comes again, Pope, who is back and playing that into the leg side. End of the over, 69 gone, 275 for 2 England. Messages.
So Jay Grover says there are two excellent groups of folk in the world: librarians and people called Brian. I don't know where that came from.
That's a weird Venn diagram, isn't it?
I want Saudi Arabian money. I'm not a Bradman about it, mind. And Warren says it's reincarnation about. Is reincarnation what Cloud Atlas is about? Revisiting of theme from yesterday. And Brian says, cheers to messages too. Regarding the discussion on the origin and path of money, Ukraine conflict and fallout with Russian money shows public opinion can change. That's true.
As it's Jameson who will face up to Root. On your question earlier, Al, Graham Gooch was meant to be a very good player of spin, as was Kevin Peterson. He liked to batter the spinners. Marcus Trescothick, all very good players of spin. As Root,
you're all so young. What about Jack Hobbs, Len Hutton, Peter May?
I never saw any of these people. You see, they were long before my time.
I just want to say at this point, neither did Jez.
I know. As Root gets a single there. Also, more seriously, they are in the pre-DRS era, so they had the option occasionally to just pad forward and kind of kick it away.
Uncovered wickets too.
Yeah. There was a lot mentioned about that Gatting was a really good player of spin, which is what made Warren's ball of the century that much more absolutely terrifying for everybody else.
Which is a point that Matt Searle makes, yes.
But we'll only get it to the slip along the ground and no run. Yeah, absolutely. That was the case. Gatting was meant to be a fabulous player of spin, and even though he had that famous drop catch in India, I think he enjoyed the batting there to some degree.
May not have enjoyed the umpiring over there, but
no, I still can't get the footage of that drop catch out of my head. It's horrendous. As Pope defends into the offside, and no run will ensue.
Is that where where did the ball hit you?
I heard someone make quite a cruel joke that had it been a pork pie, he would have gobbled it, but since it was a cricket ball, he lost track of it completely.
That is slanderous.
Cheap shot, but fun.
It's always fun. It's always funny when Mike Gatting's involved. Anyway, Jameson in to Pope, tall man loping in, and that's wide and short, and Pope to cut that hard, but again that wide deep point. Devon Conway, the scout out there, will keep runs down. Good quality shots from Pope and Root, but the fielders are there to cover them now.
Racehall coming on, I think maybe more has to do with the fact that this ball is 69 overs old, maybe trying to keep Saudi and Bolt's powder dry.
Maybe a bit of Mitchell as well. Mitchell can play that de Grandhomme role, bowling dry. Medium paces outside the off stump, try and limit the runs. Don't flog Jameson as Root clips off his legs, but no run.
Yeah, they've got a long time ahead of them still today, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, there's 4 hours left to play today. England 8 wickets left. You know, they'll be looking to bat tomorrow as well, a good portion of it at least, probably till tea. So, you know, it's a long way to go for New Zealand if they don't take these wickets.
You just added an hour to the day.
I said 4 hours, didn't I?
You said 4.5 hours.
As Root defends into the offside, runs 3 or 4 steps up the pitch, and then is sent back quite firmly by Ollie Pope and has to put in the dive. The throw wasn't anywhere near the stump, thankfully, as Pope touches gloves and has a little apology. But Root, you can see there, just drops it and runs, and Pope absolutely having none of it, and rightly so. I don't think there was a single there. But Root got pretty safely back in.
Strangely, I think the ball ends up in the wrong fielder's hands, because the fielder who tries to pick it up tries to throw it right-handed while going left.
Sort of at the back of his hand, yeah.
And I think if the fielder who was behind him had picked the ball up, I think it might have been a slightly different velocity and accuracy of throw.
quite possibly, as Pope will now face up to Bracewell, who's wheeling his arms, moving his field around. Yeah, just push out there. He's bringing the deep point in a bit. There's a wide 3/4 mid-off, really, not quite deep. There's a long on as Pope is back and defending, and Blundell will run out into the onside. The short mid-wicket, as there's no run. So, deep fielder on, long on, 3/4 back mid-off. Deep points come in, there's a short mid-wicket and then I think a deep square leg, and possibly a deep fine leg, isn't a slip in, as Pope plays that up towards that long on, and will get a single there. He moves to 127 not out, bringing Root onto strike.
There's a very short mid-wicket in danger of becoming an on Hayden.
As Root just turns the back face open and plays it square of the wicket at the point. Point to drop back a bit for Root, it looked like. And they'll get through for a single.
I just don't think they can't plug all the gaps to Bracewell. His control is such that he's always going to give them something that he's always going to give them an easy scoring option if they're prepared to take it.
As Pope goes backwards and cuts backward a square, and there is a man there, so no run. Yeah, but what I am liking about Bracewell is his seam position is very nice. It's a nice, still, even seam, facing, sort of diagonal towards off stump as Pope comes down the pitch and clips into the leg side for no run. See a lot of English spinners putting too much side spin on the ball. They've got a sideways seam. He's got a nice canted diagonal seam, and we even saw a bit of turn for him there, even though it's a bit short. As Pope, that one looked like it might have turned a little bit as well as he plays back and across, and no run. End of the over, 279 for 2. Messages.
Matt Searle and Josie Oakes singing the praises of Gatting and Gooch as players of spin. Warren, not to stretch out the golf discussion too much, but here's a promotional idea. At the reward ceremony, the crowd stones the golfer in second place. Leah says all golfers that play on pristine courses and not in the local park with second-hand equipment they bought at the local flea market are losers. And she said, I can confirm that there are two excellent groups of folk in the world, librarians and people called Brian. Matt Searle says Peterson was hailed as good against spin until he faced a knotty left arm part-timer like Yuvraj. Well, I reckon this is the sort of point where you bring in that guy who only bowls in the nets every now and then, and every fourth ball pitches off the cut strip. But shit gets wicked is a really good principle of cricket in my view, and you should give it a chance every now and then.
Yeah. Have we got a right arm mystery bowler?
right arm licorice, all sorts. No, it's going to be Matt Henry returning to the attack. My first wicket in club cricket was almost off the cut strip. It hit the seam between the cut strip and the non-cut, turned, and the guy tried to leather it for 6 and accidentally leathered it to extra cover.
There are no pictures in scorebooks, G. No pictures. Oh, I wanted to ask Tony's advice here about something, because Tony has a more encyclopedic brain than mine. Matt Henry, does his action remind you a little bit of the old Sussex bowler Paul Jarvis when he reaches the wicket?
As in he comes, Matt Henry. As Root plays that back to the square on its tiptoes, there'll be no run as the slip is in there. I think Tony will get back to you on that one.
There's quite a lot of, there's a lot of back movement, isn't there? I mean, he really puts his back into the final stride. He almost seems to stop, and then the rest of his body swings through the delivery. So possibly a wee bit.
He's got the interesting sort of whip up with his front arm. It doesn't kind of come round it, straight up, and then as Root plays that back with a square again, beats the diving slip, and Devon Conway, who's getting a good workout, will come round and just keep him to a single. Root 77, the score he made in that magical Headingley game in 2019, which we will never ever stop talking about. Sorry, Messi.
Which one was that one again?
Yeah, I think it was some sort of Ashes Test match. I don't know.
We've got our own list. We've got our own list, Jacob.
It's a lot longer, Messers.
I was going to say, is Route 77 really the score you want to fixate on in that game, Jacob?
Absolutely. As Pope plays that into the leg side for no run. In fairness, I have a hoodie upstairs which has Jack Leach's pitch map and his one not out kind of illustrated on the front.
The word tragic springs to mind, Jacob.
Yes, that's. I'm currently wearing my Michael Holding Whispering Death hoodie, Messers. So.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Or as is known in our house, Snowflake, like I said yesterday.
As Pope defends that into the ground for no run. There's always a bit of a joke in my house because my girlfriend's father was not a cricket fan, but referred to bicycles as Whispering Death. Out of a fear that he'd be run over by one. So for some reason that's it's a bit confusing when I talk about Whispering Death and she's going, why are you talking about bicycles in cricket? What's going on?
What would he have made of the electric car?
Oh well, I have no clue. As Pope flips nicely off his leg. He's played that shot very well over the last couple of days and indeed does it well for Surrey on the regular, and it will go out to deep square for one run. They're applauding something. I think they're applauding Trent Bolt, who's out there in deep square. Yes, they are for some reason. I don't know what he's done.
They're in the sun for 8 hours. They're applauding anything that's close to them. Let's be honest.
I was just going to say, never let it be said that random is not a word that applies to guerrilla cricket.
In comes Henry, and Root plays that down fine leg for a single. End of the over, 282 for 2. And just before we go to the socials, I just wanted to say that there was a brilliant chant going on at Trent Bridge from between the stand that's in the sun and the one that's in the shade of "We're in the sun, you're in the shade, na 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 na," sort of.
Wow, that's
ridiculous.
Yeah, well, it's a chant. Wiggy says KP was awful against left arm spin. Jay Grover says, have I been banned again, you utter cocks? Oh, I'm sorry, did I miss one of yours, Jay? Messers might well have been seen Peter May as my dad did, and they live parallel lives. Yeah, I had actually seen Peter May, but not much of it.
Tell you what, hang on, let me have a look here. 105.87.
As Bracewell is played off the back foot by Root, and they'll come through for a single. A friend of my dad's, who's in his 70s, saw Gary Sobers live in his youth.
That's the 193rd run of the day.
Oh, that's impressive, isn't it?
I was going to say.
Anyone in on the GPL? As
I'm going to be low.
Backwards and a good diving stop. I think that was Trent Bolt. Yes, it was. Body on the line, stuff from him. Big dive at point. A nice square cut by Pope, a little back to the square actually. And Bolt has taken 3 steps, put out the big dive and got both hands to it very nicely. That one's played into the onside towards mid-on, and Bracewell almost knees mid-wicket in the head, who was diving as Bracewell ran across the field off his own bowling. Jack Leach there having a laugh about the fact that Michael Bracewell's a better spinner than he is. As in comes Bracewell, and again that's cut backward and square by Pope. This one will beat Trent Bolt, who's chasing it hard back to the boundary, and again puts in the big dive. Good effort from the tall fast bowler, and he will keep
a terrible throw.
It was an awful throw. Is that overthrows? I don't know. It's a useless throw from Trent Bolt.
A truly heroic effort, followed by overthrowing the wicketkeeper by a good 10 feet.
I don't think they've got through any overthrows. Pope, I have no idea what's happened there. We'll see how many they've come through for. I think they've come through for 3. As the lads in the cheerleader dresses are still applauding Trent Bolt. Yes, they have come through for 3, and Root reverse sweeps hard. Trent Bolt is deep there. He's gone to deep point and will cut it off, and again a pretty horrendous throw into the stumps as Root moves to 80.
Can we get a concussion test for Trent Bolt? I think this is the definition of succeeding in spite of yourself.
As Bracewell tosses that one up, Pope uses his feet and can just stab it out into the offside. Straight to the short cover for no run. End of the 73rd, an eventful 73rd over. England 287-42. Messy game.
Warren says, I was disappointed we didn't get an update about the Hong Kong versus Namibia ODI. Well, I can tell you that Namibia need 23 runs from 14 overs and have 8 wickets standing, so they will crush Hong Kong by the look of it. Matt Searle says, Ray getting the lyrics from the Duckworth Lewis Method song, Jiggery Pokery, about that warm delivery. How such a ball could be bowled, I don't know, but if you asked me, if it had been a cheese roll, it would never have got past you.
God bless the Duckworth Lewis Method and the Divine Comedy.
And in comes Henry to Root, who was there an edge on that? Was there glove? It's come. Oh no, I think it's been given as byes. It's a bouncer. It's come off the glove of Blundell, who was diving away, and it's gone for 4. So it was byes. Bit of movement off the pitch then, as it looked like Root's got nowhere near that.
The ball went through to the keeper, but he somehow let it through, straight through the keeper, went through the keeper, gone through the keeper, then it's through the keeper, it's through the keeper, straight through the keeper, went through the keeper, gone.
As Root now plays confidently into the main side, and well, no one's stopping that. Root moves straight to 4. God, that's a long jingle. Root
How long is that by jingle?
Off his leg, and it's gone for 4 to the deep leg side boundary. 4.
Yeah, that'll do. That will do.
I can also tell you, in minor cricketing nation terms, the US and Nepal yesterday had Cricket World Cup League 2 match, and they tied 274 each.
Yeah.
As in comes Matt Henry to Root, who dabs that down into the offside, and it's gone straight towards the fielder, so Root will say no.
Jacob, our US cricket correspondent, Brian, was talking about it a little bit earlier on. Apparently, first 2 centuries, but in this sort of qualifying stage, they've had the first 2 centuries by US batsmen on US soil.
Oh, wonderful. Excellent news for USA cricket, as that's just ducked under by Root. I'm, as a proud America-phile myself, I'm very hopeful for cricket in the US, and I hope it carries on onwards and upwards. I think we're due a chain at the end of this.
I'll just do. Leah says, what the F is going on with family friendliness? You won't say carnal. I didn't say I currently fuck a librarian, for fuck's sake. I didn't notice myself censoring it. Generally speaking, the only word I won't use is cunt.
As Root clips that off his legs. Oh, there's been a big dive to find leg boundary, but I don't think Will Young has got there, and it will be one of these. Eventually. Perhaps not. Root moves to 88 at the end of this over. Tony will have his headphones on and will be taking over ball by ball. Al Hotch will stay on, and 40 will rejoin us as the summariser at the end of this over, which is in 1 ball's time. And in comes Henry, that's defended by Root. End of the over, England 299-2. And I hand you over to the Holy Father, Tony Bishop.
Well, that's very kind. If you could just... Oh, is Forthy there? Yes, he is. Bless you, Jacob. You're all right. I was going to say, can you hang on, because one of the monitors has just died the death. But Forthy was already primed to leap like a tiger, and here he is, so we're all right on that front. Somebody mentioned the GPL earlier.
Yes, we were talking about that there's going to be over 200 runs scored by the time we get to tea.
Well, I can tell you we've had 33 entries on the GPL today. So the pot is up to £108. The range is from 287 to 353. As in comes Bracewell, back foot by Pope, who seems to be playing him largely off the back foot. As New Zealand, I'm sure, are trying to race through overs as quickly as they can for as little cost as they can to get that new ball in their hand. Bracewell, plenty of flight. Having said that, down the track comes Pope, but plays it down into the ground and straight to the bowler. 299 for 231 for.
Yes, they may have hopes of getting a couple of overs in before tea with this.
What do I call him?
This
Grace, is it? It's Holiness, isn't it? This one is straight to short mid wicket, or slightly wide mid off, or indeed on Hayden. However you might want to describe that position. Pope, he has batted magnificently. Once he got here, he waits, he turns this off his legs towards square leg. They will get a single on this occasion and bring Joe Root back onto strike. Root,
it's more of an over spinner, isn't he, Bracewell?
Yeah, he's. I'll see if I can see anything about his bowling prowess.
When we started today, did we really think that we'd be 50 away from the follow-on?
This one is pulled around the corner, but pulled straight to the man at short fine leg.
Well, Al,
frustration. No run.
I hate to tootle my own tootle, but I was a little more optimistic than my colleagues this morning.
You were optimistic.
I sincerely hope that's not a euphemism. As on to the back foot goes Root, guides this away through point, and they take an easy single, and we can go back to Forthy tootling his tootle.
Well, no, I think it's Al on the massaging.
I'll certainly see if there's anything about self-tutelation on Twitter. So, Mark, got to admit, I've had to do a couple of double takes when looking at the score. I keep thinking it must be 28 for tea rather than 280. Still, I'm optimistic as it's better than 34 for 4. Rajesh Mohan, England is going at ODI pace in a test. India is going at an ODI pace at a T20. Pakistan is losing wickets like it's the first day test in an ODI.
Exciting stuff. I was just going to look up Bracewell's figures. Let's have a look. The off-break bowler.
Joe Root has overtaken Yunus Khan.
He has overtaken Yunus Khan. 10,104 at an average
that's
of
going
over
to be
50. That's not bad going, is it?
That's going to be a graphic that we see a lot of over the next couple of years, I think.
Well,
that's incredible.
Works his way up that list.
Bracewell has a first-class bowling average of 47.51, but he's only been really bowling. He's only really transitioned from keeping to bowling in the last couple of years.
He does. Yes, he does. He's taken a 6 for 49 somewhere, as this one from Henry is pulled by Root down to deep mid-wicket.
God, there's 3 of them out there, isn't there?
300 is up for England. Yeah, they're protecting that leg side field now. As Root faces Henry, he just took the single. He moves on to 90. 302 for 2.
Hope has moved up to second in a particular list, which is no ducks in a test career. He's just got J.W. Burke ahead of him there.
Short. And he ducks under it, does Pope. That's interesting. So
yeah, it's confused me, this list, because I was always under the impression that David Gower was top of his list, but he's nowhere to be seen, so I don't know whether I'm reading Crick Info correctly. I think so. No ducks in test career, it says at the top of the
presumably you
list.
have to have played, though, a certain number of games for that to be a meaningful stat, as Pope backs away and crashes this he's well outside of his leg stump. He could have pulled it. No, he decided to almost run round it and carve it down towards third man for one of these. Extraordinary shot. What did you make of that, Al? It was a weird old shot, wasn't it?
Well, it's one way of counteracting the fact that there are 3 men out for the pull.
Well, very much.
And to use a baseball term, it's hitting against the shift.
It is indeed. I don't know if the bearer can hear me at all. If he was in the green room, he'd popped in to relieve me at tea.
Whoa!
Whoa, misses. And
but no more of that.
The mere sight of it caused a technology failure, and the monitor's gone completely
Gentlemen,
blank.
please.
As this one's pulled, but pulled straight towards mid-wicket. And there again.
I mean, the old joke about, at Sussex, we only got oranges for lunch. But okay, then.
306 for 2. We are 4 overs and 2 balls away from the opportunity. No, he's appeared chuntering about what he's not going to be doing to me at tea, and he's now bending over me in a distinctly weird fashion. That's down. Given I couldn't actually see because brilliant technology, but fucking
it was a little tickled and a little tickled and
thank you very much. As the Ursine girth was loomed before me, and I missed that ball completely. 307 for 2. Root on 90, Pope on 137. Matt Henry's going to be right arm over and in. Short, pulled by Root. Is that going to go the distance? It's not. It's fielded down there by the man at deep backward square. There are 2 of those leg side fielders incredibly close to one another, aren't they?
And needed to be as well.
Well, they clearly know if they're going to drop the ball short, it's essentially a leg trap. So I think they Root did earlier, of course. Really top edged a pull, didn't he? And
he did.
It was Blundell went herring off after it, and I think it was all a bit left between the Blundell and the fielder on that occasion. And
yes,
maybe they want to get a bit more of that. They want a few more top edges, I think, is what they're setting themselves for here.
Over to Al.
Brian 001. Oil money influences not only golf. Look at F1.